And welcome to Good Morning Kenya. Where are you watching us from? My name is Mike Megwe. Always a pleasure to have you on board right here on Good Morning Kenya, because we want to start your morning in style, informing you on what is happening around the country. Glad that you're watching. Remember, you can be part of every conversation happening right here on Good Morning Kenya. Find us on all our social media platform at KBC Channel 1. My personal social media platform is at Mike Megwe. Now, a lot is happening within the political landscape. And there's something I want us to explore, and that is a question that goes beyond the by-elections that we have witnessed and the ones that we are about to witness in Olkalau. Because you look at how development projects intensify towards those by-elections, and the question that comes to mind is, should development projects now intensify only when there is a by-election or an election? And where do we draw the line between genuine development and political strategy? That is the conversation or the direction I want us to take in as far as our political segment is concerned. And I will be joined by David Alulu, who is a political analyst, Assent Musumbi, who is also a political analyst, Omar Thomas, who is a director, Center for Political Research and Consultancy, and also George Ngaira, who is a governance and political expert. That is a conversation that will be coming to you at exactly 7, so I implore you to tune in to today's live broadcast. Later on in our Women at the Forefront segment, we spotlight a lady, that is Evelyn Mwandia, who is the executive director of Start a Library Trust. She is writing the future of Kenya's slums and rural schools. In what way? That is what you will stick around to find out later on in our Women at the Forefront program. Once again, welcome to Good Morning Kenya. Now, Giverson is in the building to bring us up to speed with the news, but I want to get his views in as far as yesterday's match between Argentina and Egypt is concerned, because Egypt are out of the World Cup. They lost to Argentina. Good morning, Giverson.
Good morning, Mike.
What's your take on that match?
Fun fact.
Yes.
And fun fact number one.
Yes.
Is that Egypt has been playing AFCON in the World Cup.
Yes.
They played Algeria. Then they played Cape Verde.
Yes.
Then they played Egypt.
Yes.
All African teams. And now their next match, they'll play Switzerland. Looks like a smooth run for them in this tournament. And yesterday's match, Mike,
yes,
for me, I felt like it was a daylight robbery. The Egypt's goal disallowed. There was a similar mistake on the other side. The referee never bothered to go to the VAR to check whether there was a foul on Mo Salah or not. But when it happens on an Argentine player, they run to the VAR very fast. A lot of yellow cards to the Egyptians. A lot of fouls given in favor of Argentines. And you could see everybody is complaining, actually. And even Egypt had raised concerns of this particular referee even before the match began. And they had rejected him totally, saying he looks biased.
Immediately after the match, I was looking at reactions on social media, and a section of fans were unsatisfied with how the match was officiated. But it is what it is. Egypt left the World Cup, but they put up a very good fight in as far as that match is concerned.
And even Egypt players, just to quote them, they've said the referee is unfair. They say God is sufficient for us and the best disposer of affairs. He's wasting the effort of an entire nation. The referee wasted the efforts of all the entire nation, Egypt.
But when you look at how the African teams have played the World Cup so far, you have to agree that there's a lot of high quality football talent that we have within the continent. And given that a team like Cape Verde won the hearts of many based on how they played, that is something that maybe we should celebrate.
And they almost eliminated Argentina.
Yeah.
In this case. So just the way Egypt would have eliminated Argentina. So but looks like Argentina have to go all the way to the finals. I don't know why.
Well, let's wait and see. But the only African team we have is Morocco.
It's Morocco now.
Okay, all eyes on Morocco.
It's okay. We continue to watch.
Yes.
Now let's take you to the world of news straight away. Matters of Sabasaba. 10 people were arrested on Tuesday in Nairobi Central Business District and its environs in anticipation of a planned Sabasaba protest. Nairobi Regional Police Commander Isa Mohamud confirmed that those arrested will be charged in court. He further says the heightened security was a necessary measure to ward off criminal elements who wanted to access the Central Business District to loot and cause mayhem.
On Tuesday morning, July 7th, 2026, in Nairobi Central Business District woke up to deserted streets, closed businesses and heightened security. Many Nairobians were forced to walk to town owing to security barricades mounted on major roads leading to the CBD, among them City Stadium along Jogoo Road. Both uniformed and plainclothes security personnel were deployed to maintain law and order. Access to some areas, including Parliament Road, was restricted, and those caught trying to forcefully explain their way through had to explain their actions.
We have been hindered to enter Parliament, and some of our comrades are now have been arrested, and we don't know where they have been taken, because I was among those people who are being arrested at Parliament Road there. But unfortunately, our good luck have escaped.
Here with me is a petition yenye tulikuwa tunapeleka kwa bunge, lakini tumekatazwa kuenda bunge. Nairobi has been cordoned, the parliament has been locked, and nobody can access the premises of parliament.
Nairobi Regional Police Commander Isa Mohamud confirmed that 10 people are in custody.
6 were arrested within Pangani area and 4 were arrested within Central Police Station. Na hawa 10 tumeshika leo, kesho tutafikisha mahakamani na watajibu maswali kulingana vile wamestakiwa kwa hakimu.
Traders and matatu operators decried significant losses due to anticipated Sabasaba protests.
Hata kutoka saa zile nilikuja sijaenda pale pengine, watu waliofia. Watu wamekaa manyumbani tu. Na mwenye anatembea hana shughuli na maneno mabaya baya. Siku 3 au siku 4. Lakini saa ile unaona leo imekaa baya. Uchumi imeharibika.
Hali ya usalama iko sawa, siwezi sema ati iko mbaya. Sijasikia uizi pahali popote, sijasikia watu wamepigwa hata tiaga sama nini. Mambo iko tu kama kawaida. Shida yenye iko ni kazi hakuna.
Mohamud defended the security measures as a necessary intervention.
As police, as National Police Service, on behalf of the Inspector General of Police, we are fully prepared to uphold and safeguard public order. We remain vigilant to uphold peace, work together in building secure and prosperous Nairobi.
36th anniversary of the historic Sabasaba movement and heightened security countrywide with peaceful commemorations, renewed calls for reforms and reflections on the country's democratic journey. From Kisumu, Mombasa to Murang'a and even Kiambu County, participants used the occasion to demand greater accountability, improved security and respect for constitutional rights. Here's more.
Human rights defenders in Kisumu County marked the 36th anniversary Sabasaba Movement Day by raising concerns over what they described as worsening insecurity in the lakeside city. The activists who gathered at the Kondelia informal settlement lamented the rising incidents of muggings, robberies, goon attacks and killings, accusing the relevant authorities of doing little to address the situation. They called on security agencies to enhance public safety and urged Parliament to enact laws that criminalize enforced disappearances, saying accountability remains key to safeguarding human rights.
Saizi hata ikifika saa 1 usiku, huwezi tembea kama mkazi wa Kisumu kwa sababu ya fear of insecurity. Watu wanazidi kukatwa kila kona, tunaweza kupoteza watu wanazidi kupoteza maisha.
The other day penye naishi tuliamka kupata mwanamke mwingine ameuawa, hatujui aliuawa wapi na mpaka saa hii haijulikani, and it's not only in Manyata in Kisumu.
At the coastal county of Mombasa, civil society organizations in the region have called for independent investigations into alleged human rights violations, including enforced disappearances, extrajudicial killings, and police brutality, while urging the Inspector General of Police to ensure officers strictly comply with the Constitution during security operations. The groups under the Coast Civil Society Network on Human Rights converged at Treasury Square for Sabasaba Day commemorations and presented a memorandum to the government.
I want to assure yourselves and everyone else that we have received the petition. We are going to take the necessary steps and ensure that at least the issues that are here, they are addressed.
In Kiambu County, security was visibly heightened along the Thika Superhighway. Police mounted roadblocks from Thika through Juja to Ruiru, stopping and inspecting matatus and lorries. Public service vehicles were diverted from the main highway to the service roads as officers maintained a heavy security presence. Juja Sub-County Police Commander said business activities in the town continued normally, adding that the security operation was intended to ensure law and order throughout the Sabasaba commemorations.
Lile ambalo sisi tunafanya, tunavyotuona hapa, tunahakikisha ya kwamba magari yote ambayo yanapita, tunahakikisha tumefanya mchujo.
In Nyeri County, Central Regional Commissioner Joshua Kanatha said no incidents of violence, injuries, or destruction of property had been reported in the region.
Tunashukuru kwa sababu hakuna mahali tumesikia ripoti mbaya. So tunaomba watu wa Nyeri, watu wa Kirinyaga, watu wa Murang'a, watu wa Kiambu na watu wa Nyandarua na Kenya kwa jumla, wacha tufanye kazi ambayo inasaidia kujenga nchi yetu.
Meanwhile, in Murang'a County, members of a political movement formerly known as Sabasaba Sili gathered to commemorate the anniversary of the movement that ushered Kenya into multi-party democracy. Veteran members of the movement said the sacrifices made in the 1990s laid the foundation for the constitutional freedoms enjoyed today.
It's not a small day, Sabasaba. Tulitolewa kwa giza. Tunapokucha unaona vizuri, you can see your front, lakini ukiwa ndani ya giza mambo mengi yanakuharibikia. Bado.
And now away from Sabasaba commemoration, 6 people have been confirmed dead and 41 are nursing injuries at Machakos Level 5 Hospital following a multi-vehicle collision involving a Tamid passenger bus and 2 lorries on the Nairobi-Mombasa highway. The tragic accident occurred on Tuesday at around 1:50 a.m. Near Kapiti Plains between the Machakos Junction and Kadhumani Junction. Motorists are subsequently being urged to observe traffic rules to avoid any more loss of life.
The tragic accident on the busy Nairobi-Mombasa highway claimed the lives of 6 people. According to police, a lorry heading toward Nairobi collided with another lorry, causing it to veer to the opposite lane and crash head-on into the oncoming bus. Both drivers and 4 bus passengers died at the scene.
All road users is to take caution. And especially when you are overtaking, be very careful. You can look at the distance and you see whether you will be able to make it. If not, just take your time so that you reach your destination safely.
At the Machakos Level 5 Hospital, the injured are being attended to. Machakos Health CECM Justice Kisivu says the county government is providing support for the affected families.
Na wale wako hapo wakati walifika pia tulimobilize our teams, hata wale walikuwa off, wote tuwa mobilize, ndio wakuje kusaidia hapa.
In a statement, Ahmed Bus Limited confirmed the demise of its driver as well as the driver of the truck, terming it as an unfortunate incident. The company condoled with the bereaved families and said it's working closely with the relevant authorities as investigations into the cause of the accident continue.
And our Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, on Tuesday presided over the Joint Committee of the Cabinet as government seeks to align interventions for streamlining capitation for primary and secondary education. And the meeting also discussed a realization of the 15 billion trees planting program and the financing of the country's environment and climate objectives. It further reviewed the food security situation and preparedness for the El Niño rains. Later, Kindiki chaired a working meeting to streamline the operations of the e-citizen platform to ensure optimal service delivery to the people. 16.5 million adult citizens currently make payments for government services digitally through the platform. Annual revenue has also increased from 20 billion shillings in 2022 to 539 billion shillings this year. Now, the government has rolled out a 45 million shillings Blue Economy program in Ol Kalou, Nyandarua County, aimed at expanding fishing activities at Lake Ol Bolosat through improved infrastructure and equipment. Now, Blue Economy Principal Secretary Betsy Njagi says the initiative involves distributing motorized fishing boats with plans to establish cold storage facilities and fish processing centers to increase fish production and reduce post-harvest losses. Regina Manyara with the details.
Aberdare Water Tower that supplies much of water to Nairobi County and feeds major rivers to Lake Ol Bolosat, the only natural lake in central Kenya, Nyandarua County is endowed with abundant water resources. In addition, there are 222 dams in Nyandarua County that were constructed in the mid-20th century.
Hii dam kutoka hapa kwa Kiongo imeteremuka mpaka Lake Naivasha.
This is one of the dams that is benefiting in matters catch fishing. And how we have intertwined this is to work with various partners to be able to produce fingerlings. One of the centers of excellence that we are building in Kenya under this administration is the Kabonyo Kanyagwal. Today we are providing 20,000 fingerlings to this community. These fingerlings, the production is at Kabonyo. Kabonyo will be one of the centers of excellence to produce fingerlings. We'll be producing over 7 million fingerlings every quarter. And then the other one is in Shimoni, in Kwale County, called Namaret. They'll be doing also fingerlings in various species like the shrimp, marine tilapia, and many other species within the sector. That is at a cost of 1.4 billion. So that we can remove the stretch from the capture fisheries and give alternative ways of fishing, which includes aquaculture.
According to Blue Economy Principal Secretary Betsy Njagi, introduction of cage fish farming, restocking indigenous fish species and fish feed subsidies will unlock economic potential of the county's vast water resources.
This investment is to ensure that we increase our fish consumption capacity from 4 kilos to at least 10. That is our plan. And increase the revenue from at least 40 billion to at least 150 billion in the next 2 years.
For us to be able to kupigana na jango ya food security, kitu ya muhimu sana ni kufanya irrigation. Na ndio tuweze kufanya irrigation, we need to do water harvesting. So hii dam inatusaidia sana katika mambo ya water harvesting.
The government will establish fish processing centers with cold storage and packaging facilities to help traders move beyond selling fresh fish and access higher value markets.
Next week tutakuwa tunafungua ile cold storage yetu ya Ol Kalou na tutapatia stores wavuvi kutoka hapa kwa Kiongo ndio waweze kupeleka samaki yao pale na waweze kuuza.
Residents have welcomed the introduction of 2 motorized speedboats and fish fingerlings restocking, saying the investment could boost fishing activities, raise household incomes and create new economic opportunities.
Hapa Nyandarua viazi zimeenda chini. Kuna viazi hapa? Hapana. Hii Blue Economy imekuja hapa, sisi tunapigia Blue Economy iko hapa saa hizi na iko na sisi.
Project that is spearheaded by the Blue Economy Department, it aims to scale fishing activities, tourism as well as water sports to enable the residents of Ol Kalou take advantage and optimize their water resources. When it comes to pass and becomes operational, such a facility, such a dam, the Lower Githunguri Earth Dam, is expected to at least change the dynamics in as far as earnings is concerned for at least 1,000 residents of the area. I'm Regina Manyara reporting from Olkalau in Nyandarua County for KBC Channel 1.
And still in Olkalau, the government has stepped up efforts to light up remote areas of Olkalau constituency. Now, Energy Principal Secretary Alex Washira, while launching the last mile connectivity in Kambi Minyore, further dismissed claims by the opposition that the government was hoodwinking locals and would withdraw the project after by-election. Now, and as Gishuki Washira now reports, over 240 million shillings is being expended on electricity projects in Olkalau.
Celebrations and jubilation as residents of Kambi Minyore village in Olkalau constituency witnessed the commissioning of the last mile electricity project. For decades, the village has been in darkness, limiting economic and social activities for residents, especially during the night.
Tumejaribu juu chini kupata stima. Hata mimi ndio nilikuwa kiongozi, hata hiyo makaratasi ya stima nimeshapeleka huko Gilgil na tujawahi kupata stima. Lakini wakati huu tumefurahi sana kwa sababu ya kuona ati hii ni maendeleo inaletwa hapa kwetu.
Kwa heshima na taadhima zangu kwa Mheshimiwa Samuel Nyaga Mushina, nimefurahi kwa venye ametuletea umeme hapa. Tumekaa miaka mingi sana bila stima.
Na mimi nataka hiyo stima kabisa, kwa sababu hiyo ninachoka kushotea ng'ombe maji, kukatakata, na stima ikiingia nitanunua ile chapkata ya kukatakata majani.
The government is spending at least 1.6 billion shillings in last-mile electricity programs in Nyandarua County, with over 240 million shillings going to Olkalau constituency. Energy PS Alex Washira has called on residents to continue backing the Kenya Kwanza government and its candidate in the by-elections slated for Thursday next week, since the Ruto administration had shown commitment to fulfilling its promises.
So this is one of the 36 projects that are active, and it is not only in Olkalau alone. We have active projects spread across the country. And this week, I am scheduled to be here. Last week you saw me in Kajiado. The other week you saw me in Garissa.
Connecting Kambi Minyore to the power grid is a new dawn to the people of that region. They are now optimistic that the new project will translate to improved livelihoods. Yeshoke Washira from Olkalau, Nyandarua County.
And away from Olkalau matters, Kenya has recorded its highest ever foreign direct investment inflows, with investments from abroad doubling over the past 3 years to $3.2 billion. Now, according to the latest UNACTAD World Investment Report of 2026, inflows into Kenya rose 38% in 2025, reflecting a growing investor confidence despite global economic uncertainty.
Kenya attracted $3.2 billion in foreign direct investments last year, up from $2.3 billion the previous year. The amount is double the $1.6 billion recorded in 2022. The latest figures published in the UNCTAD World Investment Report 2026 mark the highest level of foreign investment ever recorded in Kenya. The report shows Kenya outperformed the broader trend among developing countries, where foreign direct investments grew by just 2% in 2025, despite heightened geopolitical tensions and uncertainty in the global economy. UNCTAD says Kenya's renewable energy advantage is strengthening its appeal to investors. With nearly 90% of Kenya's electricity generated from renewable sources, largely geothermal power, the report notes that Kenya is increasingly attracting digital infrastructure development, including a $1 billion geothermal power data center project. Foreign direct investments are a critical source of capital, supporting business expansion, job creation, and technology transfer, as well as industrial growth. The report notes that globally, investments continue to face pressure from trade uncertainty, geopolitical risks, and higher financing costs.
And now let's get to sports now. And our World Cup title holders, Argentina, survived a huge scare to qualify for the quarterfinals of the ongoing FIFA World Cup after defeating Egypt 3-2 in a pulsating round of 16 clash at Atlanta Stadium, USA. Now, Egypt surrendered a 2-0 lead with 10 minutes to go as the record Africa champions exited the championship, albeit reaching the knockout round for the first time in the World Cup history. Now, Egypt grabbed the lead through Yasser Ibrahim in the 15th minute, but Argentina had a chance to equalize, but their captain and leading World Cup top scorer Lionel Messi missed his penalty. Egypt added a second in the second half through Mustafa Ziko minutes after Egypt's another goal had been disallowed by French referee Franco Letexia. Now, Asha's decision that took the wins of the Egyptian sails. A relentless Argentina pulled one back through Christian Romero with 12 minutes to go, while Messi leveled the scores with a fierce shot from the edge of the box. Argentina won it in added time with Enzo Fernandez heading home to claim 3-2 win and qualify for the quarters, and will meet Switzerland in the quarterfinals.
There is a VAR decision. Nothing in that for me.
Well, has support from Hassan. Finds him now. Remains in support. Zico will be up shortly. Zico coming in now. Hassan pulling him back. Zico! Zico! His greatest moment. Their finest hour.
Now, that, of course, will remain to be a very controversial match in the history of World Cup tournament. And now, the national women's soccer team, Harambee Starlets, has stepped up its training ahead of the Africa Women's Cup of Nations finals scheduled July 25th to 16th August in Morocco. Now, Kenya is pooled in Group A alongside host Morocco, Senegal and Algeria. Kenya is expected to head to southern France, Miramas, for a training stint ahead of the Continental Championship.
Girls are really working hard, and there's a lot of cohesion in the team and very good team spirit. I felt ready after we played the FIFA series. We felt ready, but of course we still had to engage and work on a few things, on a few areas, and of course looking forward to play against especially Morocco at home. They've asked that the president sees them off. Of course that means something. It means first of all, it means support. Then secondly, of course, President hucheza kama yeye. So I know we are also looking forward to see what is in store for us. We hope that we can be treated the same way as men were being treated.
Personally, niko happy kukuwa part of the group for the preparation of AFCON. It will be the second time to participate. The first one I didn't manage to travel with the team because of school, but now I have another chance and it's a big privilege for me to be here.
Tumetrain na najua tunaenda kuperform poa, na kama goalkeeping department we are ready. We've trained very good na competition iko juu, so ni coach tu kuchagua, but competition iko high.
Tema ukweli, God alikuwa na reason kwa nini walitoa ile time akaleta hii time. So sisi kama team tuko ready. Hatukuwa tumefeel ati tumefeel vibaya juu tournament imetolewa. Morali iko sawa.
You know, that's all from the world of news. My name is Giverson Maina. Continue interacting with the GMK at KBC Channel 1, and mine, of course, is at Giverson Maina. The show continues with Mike Migui on the other side after this short break.
KBC brings you children's programs at its very best. From preschoolers to the teens, featuring the very best of untapped talents, showcasing arts and crafts, music and poetry. We bring you the latest animations and teach the children how to do it.
Can you read the word with Happy Hippo?
Join us every Saturday from 7 a.m. and weekdays in the late afternoons as we bring you entertaining children programming on KBC Channel 1.
Glad that you are still watching KBC Channel 1. Welcome back. My name is Mike Migu. This is The Viewpoint, and I want us to take a look at the political landscape within the country, the happenings within the political space in the country. And today, I want us to go beyond the by-election, the elections, and also talk about development projects, why they intensify towards by-elections or the elections period. Case in point, the Olkalau, what is happening on Olkalau, what happened in Bayero North, and the question here is about development projects. Should they intensify? Only when there are by-elections or elections, when they approach, and where do we draw the line between genuine development and political strategy? That is a conversation I want us to have. But before that, and before I introduce my guest, I want to take you quickly through what is happening, what is reported on the front pages of our local dailies, and I will start with the Standard. Surrender or else. This is what is captured on the front page of the Standard. Now, for nearly 2 months, suspended Nairobi Finance Executive Charles Kerich has sought to outrun a prison sentence. On Monday, the High Court shut the door on his latest bid, ordering him to report to Nairobi Remand Prison to begin serving a 3-month jail term for contempt in a bitter 106 million shillings legal fees battle. Surrender or be arrested, the judge warned, adding that Kerich will be treated as a fugitive if he fails to comply. Read that story on page 5 of the Standard newspaper. Sabasaba, police perfect brutality. Police bosses claim operations prevented violence, but observers say it effectively locked down the country. Read that story on page 2 and 3 of the Standard newspaper. Moving on to the Daily Nation. Sabasaba losses is with regard to yesterday, which was Sabasaba anniversary. Sabasaba losses. Police say roadblocks on highways leading into Nairobi city center were to protect public order. That story is told on the front page of the Daily Nation, and it's also fleshed out in pages 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 of the same newspaper. Ruto aids and 292 million shillings spying software row that won't go away. That story is told in detail on page 12 of the Daily Nation. Mary Wambui loses control of Glee Hotel over 8 billion shillings debt. That story is fleshed out on page 12 of the Daily Nation. Moving on to the Star. Former AG Muturi endorses Kalonzo to face Ruto in race for top job. That story is told on page 4 and 5 of the Star newspaper. Senior opposition leaders quietly rallying behind the former vice president, that is Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. Loki Sabasaba across Kenya as police seal off the Central Business District. That is a story regarding yesterday's Loki Sabasaba events that happened yesterday. That story, you can read it on page 2 and 10 of the Star newspaper. Kofi Annan Foundation warns Kenya faces 84% risk of poll violence. That is a story told on page 8 and regards the upcoming election of 2027. You can read more on that story on page 8 of the Star newspaper. More trouble for drivers as new bill proposes annual emission tests. That regards matters to do with air pollution, and that is a story that is told on page 6 of the Star newspaper. Just to touch a little bit on the sports, USA's learning curve. Ronaldo's World Cup career ends in tears as pandering, quote-unquote, Martinez departs. You can read the sports stories on the back page of of the Star newspaper. The sports, what is being reported on the back page of the Daily Nation regarding sports: Cristiano Ronaldo's final act ends in tears as Portugal exits the World Cup. That is in regards to Cristiano Ronaldo's team, that is Portugal, and his side lost 1-0 to Spain in the FIFA World Cup round of 16 match, which happened in Dallas, Texas on Monday. You can read that story on the last page of the Daily Nation. On the final page of the Standard regarding matters to do with sports, close to tears and on his own as Ronaldo's World Cup dream ends. The 41-year-old says he will now go away and think about what comes next. He has won it all in a trophy-laden career at some of Europe's biggest clubs and European glory with his country. That is what is covered or what is being reported on our local dailies. You can grab your favorite and read on what has been reported regarding what is happening. Now, coming back to our conversation, I want us to look at by-elections, development projects, and political strategy, as I had alluded earlier, and want just to look at the question that goes beyond the surface, the question that goes beyond the by-elections or elections happening within any part of the country. For that conversation in studio, I'm joined by George Gaira, who is a governance and political expert. Karibu sana.
Thank you for having me.
And also David Alulu, who is a political analyst. Karibu sana.
Shukran.
And also Innocent Musumbi, who is also a political analyst. Thank you for making time.
Thank you so much.
Karibu sana. I want us to get into this conversation. And I'll start with you, Alulu. When you look at by-elections, what is happening in Olkalau and what happened in Mbere regarding development projects towards a by-election, why do you think such by-elections attract national attention, so to speak?
Thank you very much, Mike. For starters, I think that is why it's called a by-election.
Mm-hmm.
It is not conducted during the general election, but something occurred in between.
Mm-hmm.
And the government wants to flex its muscles and try as much as possible. For example, Olkalau, we have this tough competition that is coming up between the ruling party and the new DCP, which is led by the former deputy president. And according to the teams from the former deputy president's side, it is believed that this is where they want to prove their strength and their ability, and the government will do everything in its power to try and secure that seat. And so, being a by-election, the government has a leeway with how it sponsors some development programs, because if somebody asks, why are you doing this? They won't admit that it is being done for a by-election. But rather they'll say, it is our duty as a government to give development to the citizens. And so you cannot pin government down on this one, because they are doing their work, quote, in quotes. But of course we know the government will always use the resources at its disposal to try and get whatever it wants. We know by-elections in this country are very costly, and with it comes a lot of influence and passing of a statement. So this is more like government wanting to pass a statement down to the opposition and everybody else. Now, if the government wins, of course, they will have, it's like dancing on somebody's grave, because they'll feel like, we have gotten this. We told you we would get this and we got it. But then if the government loses, then it becomes a call for retreat, where the government needs to retreat and the ruling party needs to retreat and try to look at their strategies in confronting the vote-rich region of Mount Kenya, because at this particular time, they are all pushing for survival. It is survival for the fittest, and in this one, I believe money will be spent even more, and that's why, to some extent, my thinking, at some point, DCP party leader said he's retreating to his Munyoro home for 45 days. He won't go out. He's not doing campaigns, not because he doesn't want to, but I'm imagining his lieutenant tells him, you would rather stay away, so that if we lose, should we lose, it is not a stain on your face. They won't say we beat him, like what happened in Mbeere. You just alluded to Mbeere North. When he was there countless times, and he said, we are going to win this to show UDA that we are powerful. And that loss became so embarrassing to his team. And so with his team, now we have seen the Senator Medhu for Nyandarua taking the lead role in these campaigns. So it is more like, let's go. So if we win, the opposition says, this is a small thing. We just gave it to Senator, and Senator brought it home. If they lose, they say we have nothing to lose. After all, our party leader did not even come to campaign.
It gets plausible deniability.
Yes, so everybody is playing safe, but government would want to use every resources at its disposal. And I saw a clip of one member of parliament saying, from what is happening in Olkalau, it seems like people will be praying their members of parliament should die, so that there is a lot of development that is being rolled down, because, Olkalau has really seen some good development programs being rolled out, including the famous gas ya 500.
Yes.
Now it is there for 1,500, and you can imagine
they
how.
have both.
Even a railway. You have railways there. A lot of things going on. Even yesterday, I saw boats being launched.
No one should be against development, because it's something that is supposed to happen in the country, regardless of where you are within the country. But George,
yes.
What do you think of the timing of such projects, especially when we are approaching, say, a by-election that is slated for next week?
You know, that's the tragedy of the way Africans and African politics is still being practiced. Because first of all, the citizens of Kenya do pay taxes, and it's upon the government to serve Kenyans continuously, regardless of whether or not there's a by-election in this country. The people of Olkalau and Nyandarua deserve development, regardless of whether or not they had to have a by-election in that particular country. It's very obvious that public funds are being channeled into that constituency to be able to sway, in particular, the rural voters who might not have the benefit of accessing information and understanding what the rule of law is about development, to an extent that they can be able to know that it is actually a right and it doesn't have to come in a major way just because it's a by-election. And so for the people of Nyandarua, they have a chance to prove that first, as Kenyans, they must show that indeed as Kenyans, there's nothing special about what the government is doing in this constituency, or any operation for that matter that is being done in that constituency, so that it gives undue favor to the candidate that is running on the government platform, and that it is upon them to choose a leader based on what they do believe is what they need as the constituency of that particular constituency. Use of public funds in by-elections and in any elections, actually, it's an electoral offense. You know, public funds, because public funds are considered to belong to everybody, including those in opposition. And therefore, anybody that channels either directly or indirectly assets or finances that belong to the public in order to be able to aid a particular candidate, it's a terrible place to be. I think the last time I was with Lulu, I had not gone for the by-election. I went to Malava to run for that seat, and which I came fourth, by the way. And it's interesting because because of the marauding nature of government operatives in Malava and what happened that by-election, we of the other candidates decided to, you know, to come together and be able to support one candidate. Nevertheless, you know, there are Kenyans in Malava who still showed up and voted for me, Martin. And so I ended up being ranked by IBC, and I came forth. And we faced a similar situation of what is happening in Olkalau. All of a sudden, we had all these government projects over there. And you know what's interesting, and Alulu knows this, that in Malava there's one famous road that goes through a place called Samiti. It's a road that has been has been used for politics for almost 60 years. Every member of parliament comes and says, when I get to parliament, I'm going to tarmac this road. And almost 6 members of parliament have left. So we again saw government was there. And actually on the day when we were being cleared, because I was cleared on the first day, me and my brother Panyako, is that there were government tractors and excavators, you know, along the same road that goes to IBC. You understand? So anybody that is going to IBC had to go through, you know, tractors and stuff. And they were saying, this road is over. 9 months are gone by, Mike. You know, we are still, is when now they've rushed there to try and do some bit of laying over the bitumen. You understand? It's a terrible situation. I think it should not be something that is that should be condoned.
Yeah. Innocent, what do you think? Because the intensity at which sometimes these projects are done in such areas, especially when we have by-elections, is not replicated throughout other constituencies. So my question to you is that a good governance? Is that good governance, or does timing inevitably become part of a political campaign?
Yeah, maybe from the onset, allow me to say that it is wrong. It is actually unethical to tie development to politics. And I want to believe Kenya will grow to a level whereby the president doesn't have, or any politician doesn't have to give promises on development. Because it should be delinked. We should have very independent agencies running development issues. But we are Kenyans, and we must live as Kenyans. And looking at Olkalau, both the government and the DCP, they are definitely very desperate to get that seat. And that is why they are pulling all stops to ensure that either way they get the seat. And we need also to understand the Kenyan voter has also grown. And Kitambo, it was like you have to do some rhetoric. You just mobilize people on some ethnic basis, some party politics only. But today, you need to do something palpable to the people. And that is why even the voters are demanding handouts. You just don't come to them, waste their time and leave without giving anything. So we need, actually, I hope that political researchers will come up with papers to understand why are Kenyans demanding money from politicians. Because today, of course, I've had all my brothers have experience in running campaigns. You cannot address people and just leave. You have to give them money. Why? Because politicians have been taking Kenyans for a ride. You come with some very good promises, some very good manifesto, then after being elected, you disappear from the people. So the voters are demanding, before we get you there, pay us first. Yeah. Ukienda upotee, sawa, it's okay. We are done with you. So there is a silent revolution happening with Kenyan voters. And politicians and leaders need to be very careful, because at the end of the day, something very tremendous will happen in Kenya. In terms of the relationship between voters and the leaders who are seeking for these votes. And therefore, all Kalau people, what I would say is that they are lucky. They are lucky because at least the train from Nairobi to Kalau has been resuscitated after so many years. Is it 30 years?
I think it was over 40.
Exactly. So it's working. We are seeing boats there to ensure that no one drowns in that dam. And so many things. So let's. As this happens, I hope the voters will go to the ballot with a very sound mind and elect a leader. Let all this drama happen, but at the end of the day, let them make the very credible decisions.
Alulu, Innocent said something very significant, that there's a silent revolution that within the Kenyan voter. My question to you is, are we really moving to issue-based politics, and has the Kenyan voter voters' perception change in how they look at development?
I strongly want to believe that where we are headed right now,
yes,
we are heading towards a very terrible trend of commercializing our political structures. Because like Innocent says, a Kenyan voter has gotten to that point where they say, tumalizane sasa. Tumalizane. Because once we are done with this, I won't see you again. Probably until after 5 years. Just like my brother George, I contested Amisi constituency 2022. And most of the times, everywhere I appeared, people would first ask, uko na ngapi? How much do you have? So that one, they would ask for something, but then they would judge you based on how much money you have budgeted for that campaign, and everybody would try to figure out from this season how much am I going to get from numerous politicians. And so people of Kenya, especially the electorates, are not so much into issue-based, but more like commercialized. They want to pick whatever they pick, maybe because there has been plenty of unfulfilled promises, maybe because many politicians have not proven to be trustworthy. But then, even in the same accord, you'd realize it is the same electorates who recycle the so-called bad leaders based on how much they get from them. Don't be surprised if the voting patterns in Olkalau, for example, lean towards government side because of the things that are being implemented in Olkalau. That is one. Number two, do not be surprised if we end up spending even $1 billion on this one by-election because somebody wants to prove a message, and electorates have made the expectations clearly known. Because if I show up and you tell me, give me something so that I can give you back, then it is a transaction we are doing. I give you money, you give me vote. You are not looking at my policies. You are not looking at my manifesto. You don't care whether I'll serve you or not. All you care about is what am I getting from all this. So we are headed the terrible direction of commercializing our politics, and by so doing it means then the government will not serve the people based on the promises they made, but rather based on the next election. So we are doing this because we are coming up for election and we want to keep people connected to us in a manner that they think it is government, so it is serving us. But like he says, you know, every citizen deserves the right to be served, whether I have voted for you or not, because all Kenyans pay taxes, irrespective and regardless of where they come from, the political factions they support. Every Kenyan pays taxes. And by that, it means we need to have development cut across. We need to have everybody feeling. If it is electricity, let everybody get to feel it. If it is a good road, let every Kenyan use a good road. But then we have been in systems since independence. We have been evolving around supporting or giving development to places where we feel supported, and denying those we feel not supporting us, denying them the right to better development and all this. So we need to have a conversation. I saw the other day IBC propose a specific budget for electoral campaigns, but then who enforces this? Because the IBC says they said 4.4 billion for presidential. But trust you me, you can multiply that 10 times. For the next presidential campaign, even beyond, you'll realize that they will use more than 50 billion for the next election, and plans are being made for all this. So they would make a statement for 4.4 billion, but in reality, kwa ground, vitu ni different. So who enforces these laws, who enforces these instructions that are being given, because IEBC would appear helpless just by appearing before the camera and say, this is the sailing, you can't go beyond this. But then who looks into details, what David Alulu spent on his campaign, who checks if I'm going beyond what has been enlisted, and who really cares? Nobody does that. Everybody is very busy with something, and actually, without that money, without those tokenism, electorates look at you as a confused fellow. They look at you like, you know, like President Ruto used to say during last election, siasa, see your beauty contest. It is who comes with what, and the day goes.
And George, is our politics a quid pro quo situation, and what are the dangers? Because I'm seeing a situation where if people may forego a good leader just because he or she does not have what it takes in terms of money, is there a danger of falling back to electing bad leaders?
I think not just Kenyan politics. I think world over, if you look at even what happened in the American politics, is that they always say politics is about interest. So obviously, whatever the case in whatever country that you're in, there's always that one thing that you give to get. You understand?
Yeah.
And I think it's not a very new culture within our Kenyan political system. It's been like that since independence. But what makes those other developed countries survive is that the US just celebrated 250 years of independence the other day. We are 60 years in, so we have a very long way to get to 250. And so it means then, as days go by, we keep transitioning and our political culture keeps growing. Then we're going to get to a level where each country needs what you call a swing vote that is substantial. So that in the US, for example, you have the conservatives and the Democrats, but then you have those states that are usually considered swing states, because then it's very easy to predict that these are the blue states, and even in the next election we can tell California and New York are going to vote blue. You understand? And then Texas and Florida, chances are it votes red. But then America has a group of states that are considered swing votes that usually then become the common sense states. Them then look at the candidates and they say, even though we can predict this region is going to vote for this particular person, but us, we want to see the issues. And that's why you had Donald Trump, even in the first election, he knew that 40% of the country is conservative, so he's going to get the election. But he knew that I need to cross over the 50% mark. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pick the issues that are very critical to that particular group, so that I can get that 10-12% to get me over the edge. And so he was big on economy and jobs, and he was going to those Midwest states where, you know, they used to have big manufacturing companies and they collapsed, jobs and unemployment, you know, the middle class on the issues of taxes. And he knew these ones are rational voters. So I'm going to spend more time on this group so that I can get over the edge. That group always makes the country to be in a safer space. And I think we're getting to that level, which is whether or not it will be the Gen Zs or whether or not it will be the Kenyan middle class, but we need to develop that group that then can be the tiebreaker, where you can sit and say, the mountain and the western region is likely to vote opposition, or the rift and the Nyanza region is likely to vote for the president, but then there's a group then that is in the middle here that is open to new ideas. If we can be able to grow that group to a substantial number, and I think we're beginning to do that. Some of us, Lulu, you know, we've never voted for our president from our region. All these years, and I've voted 6 times, two referendums and 4 presidential elections, because I first voted in 2005. Through that no referendum, I was in Parklands here, so I literally crossed from my hostel to Osiptoli, which is my polling station, and voted. So and through all that time, up until today, I've never walked to a polling station and voted for a person who's from my community. And I belong to that group of individuals that then can be counted on to be able to create that transition, so that our culture, as you allude, can then grow that to a level where we can choose leaders based on what we believe they can serve us, as opposed to either a handout or where we come from. You know, I had one memorable incident in 2013 when Honorable Mudavadi was running for president on UDF, and this gentleman called us and we went somewhere, I think must have been the Intercon there, and they had this nice event and they were saying, you know, this is the time we need to elect somebody from our place, you know, the presidency is now facing West and all that debate. And I sat there and started asking them, who then is the candidate? Then they said, our candidate is Mudavadi. I told them, which one? The one that we know. And this one that has been around for the last 20 years. What is there? What's the difference in my community, in our village, that we can say for all these years of having been minister and vice president? There was nothing to show, and I walked out of that meeting. Up until today, never went back. Because at a personal level, like I said, even though we're going to use convenience, ethnicity as a convenience tool to sort of allow, force me to support him to do that. So that's the gap that we have. And maybe that is the culture that we have. And but the only other thing that has been a problem, my brother, and I can quickly run with, is the issue of information. More Kenyans now are getting informed. When we had the first 47 governors in 2013, my brother, anybody else that wanted to run for governor in 2017 was being told, stay away. Because all these governors are billionaires. You know, they will tell you that. Bro, you want to run for governor where? Do you have the billions? They didn't know that Kenyans were going to go to look over and above the billions, and true to fact, the 2017 elections, more than 24 governors went home.
Hold that thought. I want us to come and continue with this conversation, because there's a question of distinguishing between genuine service delivery and campaign messages, but we'll do that after this short break. Stay with us.
Hello, this is Giselle Fernandez, Ambassador of Mexico to Kenya. Thank you, KBC, for bringing the game of the FIFA World Cup closer to us. Mexico has been thrilled of welcoming, of showing our culture, of receiving everyone with open arms in this tournament. We are also grateful for our Kenyan fans that have followed this match and that have been able to experience from their own seats the joy of this tournament. Finally, for Mexico, this is a historical moment. It has been the third time that my country has hosted a World Cup. So we wish all the teams that have played this tournament a really exciting one. So this will be a really nice experience for all of you to remember. Thank you for watching.
Hebu fikirie environment kama hii hapa Western Kenya. Eti mtu atatoka hapa aende Nairobi kusoma university to conquer the world. Mimi Andrew nitahakikisha hiyo ndoto imezimwa. Tazama hayo yote kwa Gundu KBC Tuesday to Thursday 7:30 p.m. Leo sio kesho.
World Cup hapo unaionea KBC live masaa yote vile unataka hapo.
Mimi ni wa Spain. Nashabikia Spain kwa sababu hapo Spain kuna wale wachezaji wenye nakuanga fanao mbaya sana kutoka kitambo. Yaani napenda football made in Spain.
So far Morocco imetushikilia na pia tuna appreciate sana KBC mazee. Umetuokolea sana. Umetuleta game zote live mazee. Big up.
KBC muzidi kudumu, mkuje na tena. Next mkuje mchana wasaidie watu wako. Kwa hiyo machache watu warongai tunasema aje KBC number 1.
Welcome back to The Viewpoint, and thank you for making us your number one preferred TV station. You're watching Good Morning Kenya. My name is Mike Migona. The conversation that we are having right here is about the elections, development project, and political strategy. Now, Innocent, what we are talking about, and at the citizenry level, how should they distinguish genuine service delivery from campaign messaging?
Yeah.
Number one, our citizens now are more informed than those in the past. And there's a lot of information around from the social media. You have digitized the media so people can access information very easily. And therefore, it's important for citizens first to observe what kind of a candidate do we have.
Yes.
Because, number one, for example, I'm running for a senatorial position in Machakos County. And these people know me from, they have my history. What have I been doing? Why am I all of a sudden having this lots of money to dish around?
Yeah.
So they should ask themselves, if this guy is so unscrupulous looking for these votes, what will happen when he gets there? What will happen to our resources? And the electorate also should, let's take for example the issue of Olkalau. Olkalau has been in existence for so many years.
Yes.
How come it is after the demise of Kiaraho, we are seeing these momentous development all of a sudden?
Yeah.
So something should be quite very wrong, and they should, the citizens should be able to sit down and ask themselves enough questions. We have been here, there's something fishy happening here. Why are they doing it now and they never did it the other day? Olkalau is an agricultural constituency. These people all over all these years have been looking for how can we transport our potatoes to Nairobi and elsewhere. So this train should have been there 30 years ago, continuous, to help them transport their harvest. So it's important now for the citizens to calm down. It's okay. In our language, we say, if someone believes that he can give you something to eat, just eat. Huwezi kataa kupatiwa chakula ukule. You eat, but at the end of the day, sit down, have a conversation with yourself, and make the very right decision. And it's important for our leaders if we really want to take Kenya to the next level. And that is why I have really been agitating for, can we have a revolution in our leadership? Can we have new leaders? Because maybe the fact of the matter is, this is the people who are, running around looking for leadership in Kenya. They are the same people. Take, for example, President Ruto has been in the corridors of leadership since the 1990, 1992. He has been there. Look at Kalonzo Musyoka, he has been there. Look at Rigathi Gachagua. He has been in the system for all these, and all these guys. So there's nothing very new that all of them can bring to us. But now, look at Edwin Sifuna now. Edwin Sifuna is a new kid in the block. He has been brought up by the most consequential politicians we have ever had, not only in Kenya, but in Africa. So Edwin Sifuna, though I'm a little bit disappointed, because he started and Kenyans really had these hopes in him. He carried the entire hope of the Gen Zs. And the population of our young people here. But he has dilly-dallied, and this popularity is slowly waning out. But this is a kind of a leader who would have come with a vision and say, this is the direction I want to take Kenya. And you see, when now he starts talking of, I'll run for presidency, and he wants to begin from Western, he is just doing what the legacy politicians have been doing. He should give an agenda for the entire Kenya. He should, a new leader, and the modern leader, the contemporary person we want to take Kenya to the next level, should not compartmentalize himself in a certain ethnic bloc. Let him be a Kenyan product and move to the next level. This is a kind of paradigm shift we need if we really want to develop Kenya.
And speaking of that paradigm shift, Alulu, if it is to happen, how do we achieve that leadership revolution if we are to change the goings-on within the country, the modus operandi of how politics happen, how leadership and governance happen?
For starters, I would love to say, something must happen at some point. And if our Kenyan structures have been made in a manner that during electioneering period is when developments are rolled out, then I don't think it is a problem for people of Olkalau to get whatever they're getting now. And actually they should enjoy it. And because we are not sure what would happen after election. Maybe after the elections are done, this will be gone until next election. So being the way our systems operate, we see goodies, we see, politicians come down to the level of electorates. They eat with us, they drink with us, they can even sleep in our kitchens because they want to show us that they are part of us. We embrace them, work with them until such a change comes. Before it comes, we keep moving. But now, picking from where my brother Innocent just dropped it on a revolution and that transitioning from the old to the new.
Yes.
You'd realize any smart politician will tell you, I think most of our political leaders are not ready for change. And I'll defend my statement. Number one, you would realize that those who are, I come from Western Kenya, and if we went the ethnic route, I would say Sifuna is the best. But looking at how Sifuna has presented himself, I would tell you, if he intended to vie for presidency, then he's not a serious candidate.
Why?
Not a serious candidate because you do not become a serious candidate, but every time you appear before people, your body language says you are not sure of yourself. I've heard Sifuna sometimes speak and say, ninasikia watu wanasema, ninasikia mnasema naweza kufanya hiki. So it is like, I'm not sure, but whatever you are saying, I'm considering it. So if by any chance you give this gentleman a chance to be your president, he will mess the country so badly because he'll now get up in the morning and realize, oh, so I'm the president. What am I supposed to do from this point? So I think we are at the point where we need to have a serious conversation about how we want to transition from one regime to another, from one structure to another, and from one generation to another. Looking at how the Gen Z started their movements in 2024 to where we are right now, a lot has shifted. And if a lot has shifted, then the discipline of the leaders who are aspiring for these offices must also align. It must align in a manner that if Sifuna wants to be president, for example, then, like Innocent says, let him move away from Western and become a national figure. Let the rest of the country own his aspiration, support him and work with him, and then communicate exactly what you'd want to bring on the table for change. We have a clique of leaders who you ask them, why do you think you want to be a president? And all they say, we want Ruto. Ruto must go. So Ruto must go, it's okay, but after he's gone, what next? Communicate your policies. Come and tell us the education system is failing, and given an opportunity, this is how I'm going to demonstrate my ability of leadership by changing it to this. Show us your plan. Show us your agenda. But then we have a problem, even with Sifuna, where he speaks of all I want to do is to make Ruto a one-term president. But you see, making Ruto a one-term president does not stop Ruto from being a Kenyan and any other person who wants to be a leader in this country. We cannot hate people based on their ability or their ethnic belonging, but let's come up with the clear structures and say, I am coming to transform the health system, for example. It is not working because of ABCD. Give me a chance. I'll make it work in this manner. Don't tell us, I have my hidden card. Just give me a chance, I'll pull it and put it on the table. And then before you know it, the table seems to be breaking and things are not working. Things are not showing up. So when things start falling apart at this level, where we do not really understand the alternative, they call themselves the alternative government. The alternative government are not giving us the alternatives. They're not showing us which way from what we have right now, which way. They're not telling us, given a chance, this is what we are going to make Kenya a better place. You tell us there is no financial cash flow, but then you're not showing us how you are going to make the cash flow start coming to us. Show me how you are going to make me rich. If you think where I am, I'm not doing well. Show me how you are going to improve my life if you think where I am, for example, if I'm earning 100,000 and you feel the taxes that I'm paying for around 30-35%, you are going to reduce it to 16, but how are you going to cover for the remaining 10 or 20%? Let me know how you are going to maneuver through these economic obstacles, so that I am sure and guaranteed that after I give you the leadership role, you are going to help my country move forward, not going many steps back and go back to where we were back then. So we have a tendency of believing in the blowing wind rather than believing in the real policies, so that we can have a system to question. I love what President Ruto says every time he appears in public. He says, I gave a plan. And in the plan, this is what I promised and this is what I've done. So whether you agree with his policies or not, he has something to show. Alternative, come and say our alternative is to counter this plan of William Ruto. This is what we want to do moving forward, so that we can have a conversation that gives us a direction to where are we headed. But at this particular time, I'm sorry, but we do not have an alternative.
Okay, George, development and governance. Given that we are talking about development projects and political strategy, there's a question of governance. From where you stand, what does continuous development look like in practice?
First of all, I want to just mention something very quickly. In whatever democracy that it is in anywhere in the world, there's nothing as powerful as an empowered voter. A voter that is informed and is making his decision without any coercion. Not that you paid me or gave me some tea or any other that stuff. I'm just going to look at you and decide that you know. That's the challenge that we have in this country. Because when you look at those other countries which are considered developed nations, is that the voters are very informed as to how they choose their leaders, to a level there that riffraffs cannot just come in and survive for a long time. That's why even we see in the UK, and I mentioned it, I think, off-air, that they are now almost at their 6th or 7th prime minister, is because the voters are able to see that this leader is already taking us to a wrong direction. And they're able to be able to raise that early on time, and that leader faces the weight of being pushed out and voluntarily decides to leave. So I pray that we get to that level where we do that, and largely is contributed by poverty. So that's why I keep saying that the day we'll get a government that will embrace devolution and be able to make that person in Turkana South, because he's a Kenyan, you understand, be able to standardize development in such a way that I can eat, sleep, and be healthy and work without it being seen as a favor, so that when I'm making my decision in choosing the next leader, there's no coercion like what's happening in Olkalau. Then we'll be in a good place. But to answer to your governance issues, what I said earlier on, I think my very first statement was that the government of Kenya is not an NGO. It's a government that is funded by people's taxes. People pay so that they expect something from them. So development is supposed to be a very continuous process whereby every Kenyan expects the service from government irrespective of what happens, whether we're in a political situation or not. That's a culture that I hope we keep shedding it off, and we are doing it slowly. That's why there are people like me and a good number of Kenyans that even if this president or somebody else comes with a letter from Jesus Christ, you know, the Lion of Judah, and says he has told me that he has instructed you to vote for me, they won't vote for you. It's because it's a made-up mind, you understand? It's a made-up mind that has already made that decision, so that we can focus on the government's requirement that is supposed to be.
Did you just say Lion of Judah?
I'm sorry, Mike, but you get my point. I'm saying a made-up mind. That is purely that I'm going to choose a leader based on this issue. So already we have a good constitution, and I think one thing I mentioned earlier on is that of the 6 times I've voted, my best vote is the 2010 vote, because I knew very clearly I had grown in a region because of the Western region, which was largely an opposition area, where the message had been that for years governments had not supported our region, presidents after president. So we knew that if we're going to vote for this constitution and be able to create our own governors who are going to get their own budgets in billions, we would never have to do Mtukufu Raisi again. You understand? And the reason why we embraced that is because we knew now for the first time, Kenyans and development, as you're alluding to, will be a continuous process. So the people of Kakamega, where I come from, 2.7 million people, you know what, the largest county in the country, and probably the most, God's most favorite county, because it has no clashes, it has no hunger, it has no, you know, the things that are happening in other counties. There are no floods in Kakamega. So it's very favored. But so that we, the people of Kakamega, can plan our things and continue building our county without being coerced. So I pray that we can have a situation where we have such a scenario, because the Constitution already provided truth, just to answer you, is that already has been captured in our law and is supposed to be a process. It's just that we are victims of a political culture that has been in place for a long time, where we are still seeing, let me tell you one of my kile kitu ina incarceration. Is seeing leaders from whatever region, whether it's Western or Central, being packed into buses and being taken to State House to ask for president, for development, when we know that Parliament now has a fourth mandate of budget appropriation, isn't it? Appropriation is done in Parliament. That's where they decide, okay, we are going to spend 300 billion on roads. We have X number of pending roads that are supposed to be done, be it in Lower Eastern or in Coast. This is the budget and this is how we're going to share. On that table is where your member of Parliament is supposed to come into play and say, so out of 300 billion, what are the people of Malava constituency getting off that budget? And once that is approved and taken to Treasury, I do not need to go again, be you know, hounded to some bus to go and tell somebody, you know, to kuf this, can I get some road?
But you have to align politically.
That's the danger that we're having. Because let me tell you this, for a country to get to the levels where my brother here is alluding to, we need now to embrace our constitution, because our constitution has already captured that. Those are the challenges we had before the 2010 constitution, where guys used to sing Mtukufu Rais with President Moi. Those of us who grew up in the 90s, that's what we grew up with. Mtukufu Rais tunaomba taa. And that kind of a behavior. But then, when we now had the fallout in 2007, the debate of equitable development of the country was on the table in the Agenda 4, if you remember the 4 agendas that were there during that time between President Kibaki and Raila Odinga. And they said, one of the things we want to cure is this business of development and begging it. And it was cured in that constitution, so that if you go back to Nyandarua or wherever you come from, my brother, it doesn't matter whether Ngaira from Kakamega is president. There's a guarantee that your people are able to get electricity, water, and roads in a structured and continuous manner, budgeted for in Parliament, so that you do not have to beg for it. And that is actually what happens. There's a whole committee on the budget. There's a budget office in Parliament. You can go there and actually check what has been budgeted for your region and actually for your constituency in a particular function, you understand? But it's just that we have a culture that I pray Kenyans, and I told you that swing vote number, we don't need everybody. I think in the story of the Bible, you know a guy called Gideon. You know, God had asked him to go, instructed him to go and battle out somewhere. And when he came up with his army, he was told, wait a minute, I know you've told me you have an army, but take them back again, so that we know who really is ready for this war. So that you don't need 100 people, you just need a few committed people that can then be able to take us to that direction where we can implement this constitution, so that the issue of development, as you're saying, remains a continuous process as captured in this constitution.
And Innocent, you know, he's mentioned equitable development. Question here is it possible for leaders to deliver this equitable development while avoiding the perception of political advantage?
It's very possible, and my brother has done it so well, has explained very well, and I will pick it from there. Look at where we were during those Moi days. And coincidentally, Engineer Muruki Karue from Olkalau brought about the motion that introduced the CDF Act. And the Parliament passed a motion that we should have at least 3% devolved to the constituencies. And we have seen what CDF has managed to do. Then from there, we came now with the 2010 constitution, and devolution came in. And when devolution came in, and that has been my conversation. And that explains why I'm running for Senate, to defend and to enhance devolution. But now, devolution is failing because we are introducing a lot of politics into it. You see, for devolution to work, we must, number one, embrace public participation. It is Mwananchi, the very common Mwananchi, who should move. Actually, devolution is the best system of bottom-up. It is the best system of bottom-up where projects emanate from the Mwananchi, then now it goes to the executive, and the county assembly passes those motions. But we are having governors who are behaving like demigods. All what they need to do is politics and trying now to have that kind of a scenario like they are like some mini presidents, and that is what is hurting our development. Let me give you a very good example of Machakos.
Yes.
The first governor was Governor Mutua, yes. Alfred Mutua.
Yes.
And remember Mutua had a lot of development activities, and he did one of the best projects there called the People's Park. Today, when you go to that People's Park, it is a snack park. It is a snack park. So there is lack of continuity. The governor who came in, because this was a Mutua's project, she doesn't need to follow up on it. The same first governor did a road, a 33 kilometers road from a place called Makutano to Kilimani. But now, 2 years after that tarmac road was done, it is completely dilapidated. Well, to the common Mwananchi, he will clap because they have never seen some bitumen ikiwa imemwagwa kwa barabara. Lakini it is a poor road, and it is spent a lot, more than 100 million was used on that road. So we need to understand, we don't need to do things just for the political optics. We need to do what is important for our people, something that has value for money. If it's a road, I don't think 33 kilometers road was important then. He should have done at least 2 kilometers or 5 kilometers, the much that he can afford, but a quality road that can be there. So answering your question is that it is possible to promote equitable distribution of resources without doing a political
perception of political advantage.
Funny drama. So we only need to follow the Constitution, and the Constitution is there to be followed. Why are we spending? For example, the Constitution is clear that the recurrent expenditure should not be anything above 40%. I think I'm right on that. 35. Yeah, 35%. But what are we seeing? Give an example of Machakos, because that is where I'm focusing on. The recurrent expenditure is going all the way up to 70%. So the development is only 30%. And when you look at what has been consumed from the 30% towards the close of this year, it was only less than 15%. So you are so quick to expend the recurrent expenditure of 70%, but where it matters to the common Mwananchi, you are not doing anything. So it is all about our leaders being keen on delivering to the people and not some selfish interests.
And you said something about projects. Where do we usually have, there's no continuity of projects that have been instituted by previous administration, especially in counties. Sometimes we do not see a continuity or maintenance of this. Why is that the case?
It is the same selfish interest. Look at, I was just reading from a column by the current chair of KRA, Nderitu Morethi, former governor for Laikipia. And he was talking of how he had initiated smart cities in Laikipia. And you remember that was actually, we were using Laikipia as a benchmark for quality development. But when the new governor came in, he stopped all that and started other projects. Why does that happen? Corruption. Because to continue with a project that was going on, you would be able to budget your own corruption. But if you start up your new selfish projects, now you'll be able to know this is the much I'm going to get from here. So number one, let us eradicate corruption in this country. I wish President Ruto would be the president who will go in history to have eradicated corruption in this country. He has that chance. He has that chance. I want to see a governor languishing in jail because of the kind of things we are seeing.
We have two. We have two currently in jail.
Exactly. So we need to have more. We need to have more because it is clear. Even you don't need to be a lawyer to understand that these people are doing things that are so much against the law. Yeah.
Indeed. We shall continue this conversation after we come from this short break. Stay with us.
You know,
looking for sisterhood, craving solidarity, ready for a space where every woman belongs, then Dada's Show is the show for you. As we discuss real issues, support one another, and celebrate womanhood the Dada's Show way.
My name is Julius Diego, sixth African champion in the men's javelin, also the African record holder. My experience at the World Cup is, I think the African teams have really tried, even though we have 2 teams still remaining in the tournament. But I think that the other 8 teams really showed, high standard, high level. Like a team like Kefat, which plays so well, DRC. They played well, but I say maybe Morocco will be a team to watch again, like the last World Cup, and I think it will be the team that will take Africa maybe to the finals this year. Let's wait and see. We wish them all the very best, and yeah, I still believe that Morocco can, cause a surprise again in this tournament. Remember also to watch World Cup on KBC TV.
Good morning, Kenya. We are talking about by-elections, development projects, and political strategy. And Innocent has raised a very important aspect of continuity of development projects. And that is what we were just talking off air. And I want to get your sentiment, Alulu, on why this happens every time. We have change of guard, even at counties. Why do we see sometimes projects started by previous administrations just being left to rot?
Number one, I think lack of political goodwill. I want to start from that. And I want to speak from the national perspective, for example. When President Ruto took over from President Uhuru, he picked up something with housing. And we all have to agree that housing has demonstrated a new image of how a development continuity can work for a country. But then we still have some people in opposition now who feel, no, this man should have just started his own thing. He shouldn't have continued with what Uhuru started. Actually, you would see some politicians taking images and saying, no, this success of housing is not Uhuru's, Ruto's. It is Uhuru's project. You see, so everybody wants to run away from that tag of, hakuna kitu Alulu amefanya. He's just doing what the other did. So I think we need to have, one, a political goodwill, and then the electorates should know that when you elect another leader, you are not changing the development pattern. You are putting in office somebody to improve on what was already there. Because the money being spent on these developments is taxpayers' money. No politician has come. President Ruto has not brought his money from chicken selling to come and do housing project. It is taxpayers' money. There is a housing levy that is being deducted to do these projects. And so whoever comes, when I hear a politician say, tukishika serikali mwaka ujao tutaangusha hizo nyumba zote za affordable housing, and so you know, such a messaging then tells you we are in a political environment where either our leaders don't understand why this funding should be protected, because any money that has gone, for example, into the housing must be protected by any regime, by any individual that occupies that office. It should never be used for political gains, for political mileage and or something like that. Meaning, any politician that is contesting for any political office should not use an implemented project to outscale or downscale the other leader. He just gave a good example of the People's Park in Machakos. One of the most beautiful things that was happening back then during Mutua's era, and now you go right now and you see, when a new governor comes in, they feel like, I want to outsmart the former. I want to be the best. And so I need to figure out something of my own so that when my time comes, people refer to it. Then they mess it up completely. We should get out of personality competition where I don't like Innocent, so whatever Innocent does, I must make it look bad. But then forgetting Innocent has been put there to represent the image at that particular time. He's steering the wheel. After he's done, somebody else takes over. So there needs to be a way of enforcing the law. There should be a way. We need to make sure we force our leaders that once you take that oath of office, one of the things you are swearing to protect, it is already implemented projects that have consumed our money, that the taxpayers' money has been spent on it, and so it is your responsibility. If a classroom at Cheptulu Primary School was not complete when the current MP was in office, when Alulu comes in, he should take it from there and make it even better. Don't go with the mindset, if I finish it, people will say he has done nothing, we want to see what he can do. You know, if we have that narrative and culture of continuity and behavior of understanding, the electorate is knowing that if he comes and completes the project, it is for my own benefit and not a politician's benefit. Because President Kibaki came and did Thika Superhighway. Kibaki did not take it to retirement with him. He did not take it to Odaya with him. We are still here right now enjoying Superhighway. President Uhuru came and did Expressway. You know, he did not take it with him the Superhighway expressway to Ishaweri. Actually, there is no expressway going to Ishaweri, but we are here enjoying the expressway. President Ruto has come, he has done housing, he has done Talanta, he has done all these things he's doing. When Ruto goes home, he's not taking none of these things with him. They are our own, so we must defend them, we must support them and encourage every leader that comes in. That's why I said we need leaders to come and say, if you give me an opportunity to become your leader, this is what I'm going to do better than what is already being done. And that way people will start understanding it is not about a personality, it's about the mindset. Our mindset of making sure this is progressive, this is achievable, this is realistic. But from where we sit right now, people still believe and think development or a project is attached to a person. Yet it isn't. It is attached to a taxpayer's money and maybe, my thinking, the goodwill of a leader who's been given that opportunity. So our leaders should sober up, and then we stop these political bickering and bad manners of tending to think that it is so and so. So when I take him out of office, I destroy everything. And finally, the cases of corruption. I think we are where we are right now because we have institutionalized corruption. That every leader is doing everything humanly possible to get into a public office so that they can implement some projects that will give them more money rather than implementing a good progressive project. People are abandoning the existing projects because in the abandoning existing project, most often the budget is capped at some point. You know, I can't go claim to buy this cup 1 million shillings, yet it is supposed to be 100 shillings. It is already there. But then I would invent something else and try to figure out, nikisema nijenge hii barabara ya Rironi Mau Summit, then I think I can make some good kill out of it. And so I want to push for a new initiative that will give me a leeway of stealing. And so these politics of corruption and characters of everybody that comes in, they want to get something out of it, is what is messing us and killing us completely. And that is why then we also must never forget that commercializing our politics is contributing to all this, because if I will spend 100 million to seek for election as a member of parliament, and my salary for 5 years as member of parliament doesn't come closer to 100 million, then a question should be asked by a positive thinking electorate. why is this man spending more than he's supposed to earn in his entire tenure as a member of parliament?
Can you just ready for that conversation?
That is the problem. That is the problem. Because if I'm spending 100 and my salary is not even closer to that, then you need, it's not even 60. It is less than that, because from the popular 1 million that people talks about, you remove taxes and everything else, you are left with around 560. Take the mortgage and every other thing, these members of parliament take home 200, 300,000. But then every weekend, a member of parliament is spending 2 million to 10 million. The question is, where is this money coming from? Nobody cares, but then it is coming from our CBF projects. So I need to take Innocent, make him a constructor of a so-and-so project, and tell him project 10 million and he up 110. So that we can take the 100, we share amongst ourselves, we'll find you should work with your 10 million. And so it is a problem that we have embraced, we are living with it, and we feel it is okay, because kama amenipea kitu kidogo, me I don't care. Life goes on. So the corruption in our institutions, corruptions in our mindset, actually, I think corruption begins with the electorate. When you go to that politician and you are asking them to give you a token, then already you are sponsoring corruption, because if I'm giving you money, there must be a way of recovering that money. If I'm giving you a token of 200 or 500 shillings, I must find out how am I going to recover this money. And that's why most of our projects are stalled. They're not moving. We have so many stalled projects because somebody must steal something.
You know, when an electorate or a voter goes to a leader and asks for, say, 200 shillings, you should divide those 200 shillings by 5 years and see how much development you'll get as a voter.
And actually, let me just add something, just a very short issue. You see what is happening and why the electorate... Actually, I want to exonerate the electorate from corruption. The corruption doesn't start with the electorate. The problem is when these electorate elect a leader, the leader disappears. So what are they supposed to do? They must demand what they believe is something substantial from the politician before they elect him. But if we had proper education systems, if we had proper working health systems, if we had, you know, good roads and everything is working, you won't see these electorate looking for money from politicians, because everything is provided for, whatever tax, you know, what we call the social contract is already working. So the problem is the leaders. I want to exonerate the electorate from corruption.
No, but you cannot exonerate the electorate, because, you see, in the first place, you know, Mike, if you invite me here to the show, and then I start telling you, you know, before I show up, Mike, you should send some 20,000 for fuel for me to come. You know, already I am pinning you to something. And you, to whom you give, much is expected as well. And so me, I cannot exonerate the electorate. Actually, electorate is the biggest culprit here, because when you go and take, if you take, you are giving, you are selling your soul. You are telling this person, me, I've given you, and if I invest, my brother, there must be a return. There must be a return. So George, an electorate has something bigger to do.
As you respond to that, what then should the voter use to judge leaders? Is it promises, delivered project, or long-term performance?
You know, in the 60s and the 70s in the US, during the civil rights movement that was led by Martin Luther King, he was asked, why are you pushing for legislation? Why can't you just hope and pray and hope that God will touch the heart of President JFK and he will do the changes that you do? He said, the people we are fighting at heart is a culture that has been for many decades. So the law might not change the heart of these people, but it will contain their actions. You understand? So within the Treasury, we have an institution called Control of Budget. I'm going back to what you were saying about projects being abandoned, because it's stuck in my mind. Is that we need, within Treasury, there's an organization called Control of Budget. That organization actually checkmates what has been budgeted for and what is being spent. And I think it's an institution that can actually be strengthened to a level where that, even if you come in next as a governor of Kakamega, I find the pending projects that have already been budgeted for. By law, I'm required to progress with those projects or else there's no funds that come from the controlled budget. That is possible. You understand? If you do further legislation, because then it's able to, because government funds public issues in many formats. There's the national vote, there's the county vote, and then there are grants that go to counties which go for specific functions. So you're told this X amount of money is going, for example, for community health workers from the national government. So as a governor, you can't divert the money that's supposed to go to community health workers because it's already been ring-fenced for a particular function. And I think that is possible because then we are able to create a system where, regardless of who comes in after you, whether it's in the national government for a president or a governor in the local county government, he comes in and finds that he cannot be able to alter the budgets that were allocated for particular functions and take it to something else. You saw what happened in Embu with Cecil Marire, that there's some county funds that went into an activation that was became a party activation. Remember that debate? Something she admitted at the Senate. She said these funds went into a certain activation, and clearly when they checked, it was a political rally. You understand? And those are funds that were supposed to maybe build an extra ward, maybe, or hospital or something like that. So I'll leave it at that. I think in terms of a continuity of projects, we have structures and institutions that can be worked on to be able to ensure that any president or any governor that comes in can be able to stick to that, because that is how the IFMI system is structured, where that money that had not been allocated for a particular function cannot be released, not unless it's cleared for that specific function. So that can be sorted. But just to ask you about what was
the question, how leaders should be judged? Is it by promises, delivered projects, or even long-term performance?
I pray that the number of Kenyans, as years go by and Kenyans begin to grow as a nation, is that we can begin to have voters who understand the importance of the value of the vote. Why do I go to the ballot to cast a vote? That's one. But two, is that when you go to vote, there's something called opportunity cost. What do I stand to gain or lose by choosing this leader vis-a-vis the other leader? Because when you're able to factor that, that's why I've told you, there are people like us that even if this guy comes with a letter from Jesus Christ, we are sure we are not going to vote for him. Because we are a made-up mind, and there are parameters as to why we make such a decision. It's because we've understood that we stand to benefit nothing if a certain leader comes in. That is what I am saying, that the voters then, you need to do what you call civic education. And even if people do not want to invest on civic education, over time, Kenyans now with technology and social media, you know, a newspaper, Daily Nation used to be the largest selling newspaper on Friday, and they would sell 100, 200,000 copies. Today, Mike could be having 200,000 followers, so he's a Daily Nation. So whatever you do, whatever you do with your followers, the level of civic education that he can do is too big, because nowadays, I get feedback from my village on my bed, something that wouldn't be the case in the 90s. You know, an uncle of mine would call me and say, George, I saw you on a certain show. I agree with what you're saying. And then he realizes, then I realize I've informed my kinsman without knowing. You understand? It's because the platforms have changed. And so as days go by and we begin to get more Kenyans, we have almost 35 million Kenyans online today across the social media platform. That means in this coming election, the 290 returning officers who are going to give the presidential result are all going to be live on TikTok. Isn't it? It's a big platform. And I think when we had the Gen Z Mandamanas, I remember, and I was just in a sister, one of your colleagues on the other side, and we were live when that day the demonstrations were in town. And I remember immediately after the show, and we were kind of monitoring what's happening on social media, there were some young ladies I saw on TikTok that at the beginning of the day when they're going live, as they say, I'm going live, because they were in town, and remember the streaming that was happening in town, the lady had just about, say, 1,000, 2,000 followers. By the time I got home at 7, you know, when things had already heated up, he had 105,000 people. This is a young lady with maybe bundles only 100 shillings of 2 GB bundles. And is able to stream 120,000 is 2 stadiums full of people. So that civic education opportunity is there, so that voters can begin to understand the importance of voting, and also the opportunity cost of choosing one leader from the other. Once that is factored, we are going to get that transition. And Mike, I keep telling you, we don't need everybody. We just need a substantial number, maybe 10, maybe 20% of Kenyans who think like that, and they'll be able to break the tie that is needed to usher this country into a new kind of leadership.
With the kind of development we are seeing in places like Olkalau, after July 16th, are we likely to see the same momentum, really?
No, it's clear. From the example Alulu and my brother have given of Malava, was the road completed?
Not yet. 9 months later, they couldn't do a kilometer. It's actually a 2-kilometer road.
So of course, from the beginning, from the onset, I told you, we need to delink politics from development completely. Let politicians be the people to make policies. But in terms of executing the development itself, they should just come out of it. And that is why, and I really miss Raila Amolo Odinga, because, you know, he used to make very unpopular decisions.
Yes.
When he was saying CDF must now be abolished.
True.
MPs have no business in being the patrons of CDF because their work is, and you know the doctrine of separation of powers.
Yes.
If you are the person to do oversight, because it is actually a joke. The Office of the Auditor General does the CDF audit and it takes it to Parliament. The same people who have been implementing it. How do you expect those people to really be objective debating that audit report? So it's important, but okay, we are growing. My brother gave an example, the issue that USA celebrated their 250 years of independence. We are at 60. So we hope maybe the next generation will get to where US is supposed to be there. But we need also to accelerate the process. And that is where I brought about the issue of paradigm shift. Because today, we in this generation now, actually all the panelists, including the host, we are here. We are in a generation where we have seen what has happened in the past. And we are at a vantage position to have a vision of the future. So we are the people who should change this country and give it a new look by making those unpopular decisions that Raila Amolo Odinga was making for the sake of the country. Because sometimes we, as politicians, we like making things that are quite popular just to excite the crowds, but they will never make anything in terms of development.
You want to
because when you look at Olkalau, it is good, this is happening, but is it tenable? Spending 20 billion in one constituency, while we have a problem with capitation in our education, we have a problem of SHA in our hospitals, we do not have enough supplies of drugs in our hospitals. Is it tenable? So we need to look at the whole thing, and there's something Kenyans need to look at. And that is where our opposition coalition is losing the point. You know, the opposition is very deep in sloganeering, the one-time thing all over. But they are not giving any alternative to what the government is doing. You know, it was very humorous when we were having the debate on budget, on the finance bill. And I saw opposition luminaries coming up with something they were calling the people's budget.
Yes.
And it was such a joke, almost ridiculous. Then a member of parliament from my county, the MP for Kadhiani Mbui, came to parliament and he was talking about how the government has introduced 15% excess duty on mitumba. And it was already, you know, the finance bill is a very elaborate process. From February to June, now he's talking of what was proposed in April. He is not even aware. He has not read. He was not really conversant with what is in the bill. So these are the kind of opposition we have, and that is why, even as we go to 2027, William Ruto will run just back very easily because we have one of the most disjointed opposition we have ever had in this country, one that has no agenda. And I don't know, it is, you know, during Raila Amolo days, you could feel that alternative being presented. But today, it is not there. And it is quite unfortunate because we have a whole parliament that should be giving a direction on where should Kenya go. But it is completely rudderless.
Alulu, when you look at how development is channeled to the Mwananchi, how should scrutiny of those projects be? How should it be communicated and prioritized?
Innocent says, you know, when you have a case a hyena being a judge or a shepherd to goats,
yes,
it becomes very difficult to convince hyena or to convince goats that they are going to get justice. Where an MP is managing a kitty of more than 200 million per annum in CDF, and they are supposed to come back and also give a report, status check of the implementation. They want to give the audit report on this. It becomes very complicated. But all said and done, since we are here and Kenya is a political country, we have to agree that it will take some time to get this thing changed, because people are still celebrating psychophancy as opposed to pushing for a positive development agenda in the system.
Yeah.
Until such a time where we disconnect psychophancy, ethnicity, and maybe money thing, we might still have a problem. You see, I might be the best president Kenya can have, but now that I don't have 4.4 billion, you know, Kenya will be missing out on a good president. So you realize that if we do not work out something, George, I can be your president, a good one.
I agree.
But now the problem is I have to look for 4.4 billion so that I can now tell people, here I am, consider me. Nobody will consider me if I don't have money, even if I have beautiful policies. And so we need to figure out on how to disconnect the money aspect from our political angle and switch this money thing into development, so that nobody looks at it as you know, if you don't have money you can't be, and if we don't put in money people will not listen to us. There need to be a continuation of a narrative that with or without elections going on, people should enjoy the development. But to sum it up, you know, we should agree that whether or not, like Olkalau, for example, is benefiting so much, we just talked of the train, which came in, they say, after 41 years. You know, we have been having several regimes who came and they knew there was a need for that. It did not happen. If it had to cost what it costed Olkalau to have that train pass through Olkalau to Nyahururu, then I think it is okay. We should still have the development coming. And whatever it will take, Mungu atusaidie.
You know, gentlemen, we have 3 minutes remaining to end this conversation. So I want to give you each a minute to give your closing remarks, and I will start with you, George.
You know, they say it's only a fool who does the same thing the same way and expect different results. Kenyans are fully aware of the challenges that we have as a people. They're fully aware of the challenges that we have with our leadership and have an idea of what this country is supposed to be, because it was already captured in the Vision 2030 board. The Vision 2030 was crafted with every Kenyan in mind and every region in mind, and they had an idea of what is possible in what area. You understand?
Yeah.
And so there's no question about the direction where this country is supposed to be. But unless we change tact and the way we choose our leaders, we are going to struggle in terms of moving this country forward. And that's why you see that young people that you're seeing in the Linda Mwananchi campaign that we are having, when you're doing something for the very first time, usually there's no formula, because nobody has come ahead of you. There is no mentorship to show you that this is how people win. You then have to try and do it your way. I want to congratulate the young people who try, those who are trying, particularly in the Linda Mwananchi, where I belong to, and also what we are doing with the People's Renaissance Movement, which is a party, because then we realize that even though you mean well, like the way Alulu is saying, you might lack the infrastructure, the structure to be able to get into the system. And that's what is being achieved with that People's Renaissance Movement. So I pray young leaders can be able to do that. I'll be doing it in Kakamega on behalf of the 2.7 million people of Kakamega as I run for the governor of Kakamega.
All right. Innocent.
Yeah, my mind is just to say, as we move towards 2027, let our electorate be keen on substance, not the handouts, because, you know, cheap handouts today will not carry you for the next 5 years. So let us make very credible decisions and with a lot of objectivity.
Yes. Alulu.
Let us remain steadfast and focused, but above all, disciplined leaders. From what I'm hearing on this table this morning, everybody is aspiring for something. I would love to be a president, I would love to be a governor, a senator. Let's have a way of disconnecting the monetary, the bribing thing from the mind of electorates, and try to push for a positive agenda. Of course, it is not going to be easy. Yes. If you just go and tell people, I've come, you just vote for me, they will not vote for you. But let's try. I wish every one of us good luck. Yes. In the Linda Mwananchi, my brother George, please try to help your leaders to come up with policies and real-time manifesto that is going to counter the current. If not, mutafagiliwa mapema sana and you start saying kura zimeibwa. Thank you very much.
Gentlemen, asanteni sana for making time. That is David Alulu is a political analyst, and also Innocent Musumba is a political analyst and also vying for senatorial seat in Machakos County. And John Gaira, who is a governance and political expert, also going for governorship for Kakamega County. Thank you so much, gentlemen. That was your president. Thank you so much. Up next is sit down I had with one Liz Gathu. Liz Gathu is a manager, banking, financial services, insurance, and microsave consulting. Conversation about moving markets and changing lives. I hope you enjoy it. It's up next. Thank you for tuning in to this segment, which I'll still come back with more. After that, sit down I had with Liz Gathu. Stay with us. Go for presidency. Yeah, right.
The idea of Hisi Studio was born out of my undergraduate project, and I was trying to answer the question, how do visually impaired people interact with fashion?
Kuna wale ambao ni caregivers. Tumeungana nao kwa sababu ya kuonekana kwamba hatubagui. Juu kuna majukumu ile ambayo saa zingine katika hali kama hii yangu hatuwezi kufanya, lakini tukiona wale wanatusaidia kusonga mahali kidogo.
Mimi kwa caregiver na niko na mtoto mlemavu, ni kujituma tu.
Ukikucha hapa at least ninakuwa, at least my mind inakuwa at least iko enlightened kidogo. Nikikucha nipadilie nifanye 1 2 3, it makes me perfect.
Thank you for making time to come on Good Morning Kenya and tell us about your journey in the world of finance. Now, as a leader in the world of finance and in development finance, what does it mean for you to be a woman at the helm and also in a traditionally male-dominated field?
Thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Elizabeth Gathu, but I actually normally go by Liz Gathu. Most people in the industry and even in my personal life know me as Liz Gathu. I work with Microsave Consulting under the Banking, Financial Services and Insurance Department. But in terms of my profession, I work in development finance, and specifically I design products, I design programs in trade and agri-value chain systems for development finance. It's actually been quite interesting because when you find yourself in that situation, you can decide to ignore the problem and move forward. But at the time, what happened at the bank is, because it was so sad to see a client be disadvantaged, there was a committee that was formed to ensure that the TAT of a client getting a solution is fast, so that a client does not lose out on an opportunity just because there's an inefficiency in the system. So that was a beginning point, and that's more on a very micro level. So with that, I got more opportunities to interact with people at a larger scale. So we'd sit in forums like, for example, where we sit at agri-strategies for the African Continental Free Trade Area that encompasses trade across the continent. How are these goods now moving from maybe Kenya as an East African bloc to maybe West Africa, and what are the challenges? So that one client was a challenge on the ground on how do they get a tender maybe for the government or a service for the government, but now on a larger scale, how do you ensure that goods or services move from one regional bloc to the next with ease? Yeah.
You stated that you care deeply about who gets access to opportunity. Now, how has your own journey as a woman shaped this mission?
My parents are MSMEs in Kenya, and growing up, I could see the impact they had on us as a family and also the extended family that they will support. And eventually in my career, I'd often interact with so many MSMEs since I started working, and I could see how hard they work, but sometimes they're not getting the actual access to opportunities, or even if they see the opportunity, they do not know how to adopt to the opportunity or partake or participate in the opportunity. So for me, it started in terms of my personal life, but then that grew into something bigger on a bigger scope, and I had or have the opportunity to sit in a macro level or in a meso level where I can actually speak and bring these voices to the ground in terms of where policy is made, decision makers sit, and how capital is structured, just to ensure that these opportunities actually get to the people on the ground, as participating on both on the ground and also in this where these forums happen.
What is the most significant barrier that you've had to face, and how did you overcome it to reach this level of continental influence?
So as I started in my career, I'd interact with a lot of business owners who happen to be women or young people in the different sectors, in the different industry, and even in the different markets, whether be it in West Africa, Central Africa, or even in East Africa. And then with that, most of what will happen on the ground or what we'll interact with on the ground will rarely be translated into the markets or where we sit. And how does that look like? Like, what happens in the ground is not where capital reflects. Like, when you sit with financial institutions or development funders, they do not have an understanding, a true understanding of what's happening on the ground. But now with the opportunities that we have, or I have as an individual, I get to bring these insights, whether in form of data, whether in forms of stories, and that now helps us design systems and design structures or products that actually marry to what is happening on the ground. So how do these women think? For example, if it's a woman in the market who has to come with her child and her child is sleeping at the bottom of the kibanda and that woman has to sell the whole day, where will you design a product that she has to leave her kibanda and go to a bank or a financial institution? Or that woman hasn't paid school fees, but she also requires capital for her business. How do you marry the two, the personal need or also the business need? So it's basically understanding how the women think, how they operate their business, and what are the social behaviors that can help us understand them better and structure for them better.
How are you using your position to ensure that the future is female and for the next generation of African women leaders?
So as I started in my career, I'd interact with a lot of business owners who happen to be women or young people in the different sectors, in the different industry, and even in the different markets, whether be it in West Africa, Central Africa, or even in East Africa. And then with that, most of what will happen on the ground or what we'll interact with on the ground will rarely be translated into the markets or where we sit. And how does that look like? Like, what happens in the ground is not where capital reflects. Like, when you sit with financial institutions or development funders, they do not have an understanding, a true understanding of what's happening on the ground. But now with the opportunities that we have, or I have as an individual, I get to bring these insights, whether in form of data, whether in forms of stories, and that now helps us design systems and design structures or products that actually marry to what is happening on the ground. So how do these women think? For example, if it's a woman in the market who has to come with her child and her child is sleeping at the bottom of the kibanda and that woman has to sell the whole day, why would you design a product that she has to leave her kibanda and go to a bank or a financial institution? Or that woman hasn't paid school fees, but she also requires capital for her business. How do you marry the two, the personal need or also the business need? So it's basically understanding how the women think, how they operate their business, and what are the social behaviors that can help us understand them better and structure for them better.
You know, sometimes trade and finance can feel abstract. In the context of agricultural value chains, what does it look like for small producers, traders, and SMEs? Where are the biggest gaps?
So in that we look at the two different components. The first one is trade, and the second one is the agri-value chain. At least we've discussed the agri-value chain and the different players. We have the producers, the traders in between, aggregators or off-takers, and the end consumer or the end client. And then in trade is basically the movement of goods and services and the people incorporated into that. So what is a good? How is it moving? As I said, if it's eggs, how are the eggs moving from the producer to the end producer, to the end retailer or aggregator? Or if it's milk, milk is a product, how is it moving? If it's beef that's moving from Nairobi to maybe Oman in the UAE, in the Middle East, how does that good move? So once you understand what is a product, who moves it, and how does it move? So that is a basic component on what we need to understand. So then above that is, how does the money follow the process? So if you're a beef producer, what amount of money do you need to buy? Maybe the cows or the goats, or the cows that you are going to slaughter. And then what do you need to aggregate them to a certain point? How do you slaughter them? How do you get them loaded? And how do you get paid? Or what is the minimum order basically needed at the end of that? And how do you work backwards to understand what quantity do I need to produce and what quantity do I need to sell? So that is how money moves. So where are you buying your products from, and how long does it take before you get paid? So once you understand that, you now need to understand what are the different components. For example, do you need a pro forma invoice to get a bank to finance you in terms of getting your cows? Or if it's your fish, do you need someone to invest in you to get your fingerlings? You make them grow for like 8 months, and then once you sell, you can pay it back. So the components now, once you follow the money, will determine, is it a pro forma invoice that you need? Is it a bid bond? Is it invoice financing? And what are the different components? Because wherever that money is moving from, whether you're a producer, a trader, or it's in the production cycle or in the selling cycle, will determine the different trade component. That's in a nutshell. So assuming you're a tender for the government, do you need a performance bond or a bid bond before you actually tender, to just show that you're capable of doing this business? If today you went into a newspaper and saw that you need to produce two tons maybe to the Middle East, what do you need from that? Do you need to show them that you have the capacity through a bid bond, or are you able to perform this? So some of them will require a specific trade document. And then once you've shipped, how do they pay you? Do they pay you in cash immediately, or you need like a letter of credit for them to pay you? So depending on how big you are or how small you are, even a Fuliza facility can be seen as a trade finance model, because that's an overdraft that you borrow in the morning and it fluctuates, and you pay in the evening or you pay the next day. Yeah, and not a loan per se. Yeah. Yes.
Let's get to the question of women and youth. They play a very pivotal role, especially when it comes to these value chains that we are talking about, yet they remain underserved. So what would you say are the biggest structural barriers that continue to lock them out of trade and finance?
So women and youth tend to have the same traits and characteristics. First and foremost, they tend to play on the bottom of the value chains, like the lower value chains. For example, the goods or the services that have the least value. So, and most of them also tend not to have assets. So if you are a fisherman at the lake or a fishmonger at the lake, you're not a boat owner. You do not own assets. All you do is you own that component of the trade. And then most of them also tend to be very informal. So those are the three main challenges that we see for the youth and women. They tend to be informal, they tend to participate in smaller value chains, and then it also means that they do not own assets. So with that characteristics, already we can see some of the challenges. One of the challenges is that, yes, they do have frequent income, but it's actually very seasonal, number one, and very small. So they have daily cash flows and also now require more, more flexible repayment periods, either daily repayment periods, weekly or monthly to a certain extent. And then because they do not have assets or because they do not own assets, traditional capital in terms of commercial capital requires collateral. And when you look at the youth and the women, they do not own this type of assets. So hence, they're already missing out on a whole opportunity. And the financial institutions miss out on a whole client altogether. And then last but not least, the informality bit of it. You cannot prove to me as you, and if you're a youth or a woman that is trading informally, that I sell 5,000 eggs every day, I sell it to this person, I buy them at 5 shillings, I sell them at 7 shillings. That is just theoretical and a story you're telling me. But so long as you can't prove that to me, it will be very hard for me to look at you as a business case and know how do I value you as a business and to what extent of capital can we give you a solution. So those are the three main challenges that youth and women in the agri-value chain face. So first and foremost, we have challenges that they need to address amongst themselves, like the women and youth. So if it's informalities, what can we work with or what can you do with you in your informality to make you at least visible? So at some point, these women and youth actually do record on what they do. They record it either on their notebooks or on their phones. Like today, I sold 2 mandazis in the morning, or I sold 5 bananas, and then by the end of the day, they do their calculations. How do you ensure that that can be made visible to the financial institutions? We have financial institutions we have worked with that have digital applications that now the woman or the youth does not have to fill it in their notebooks, but they actually have the digital platform. And then with time, like after a month or after 3 months or after 6 months, can actually come and say, okay, in 1 month you've sold 20,000 bananas, you buy them at 5 shillings per banana, you sell them at 10 shillings per banana, this is your margin, this is how much you're making. It's actually a business case. You're right, this is what you sell, and this is what opportunity you can get, because I also see you can scale your business from 2 kibandas to 5 kibandas in Marikiti, for example, and that's how we value you. So that's number one, working with the actual women and the youth. On the other side is working with the financial institutions. So a financial institution will require collateral. There are other ways you can assess risk or reduce your risk with this women or with this youth, and how does that look like? Women and youth have group models that they're already working in. Sometimes they meet every week, or they contribute every day. At the end of the day, you've sold your 10 bananas, maybe I'm contributing 100 shillings. How can that contribution be made formal and used as a collateral, either as a group dynamics or as a savings dynamics? And now not asking for houses or land or boats or properties, but actually into the business cash flows and what they do on a daily basis. And then last but not least is just working with them and following them and understanding that your business is weekly. I've seen in your tracks, okay, my product pays monthly. How do I reduce it for you to pay either daily, bi-weekly, or monthly, based on how your business moves? And that solves the 3 challenges for all 2 parties.
What are you doing differently to make trade and finance work better for, agribusinesses, and especially for women and small traders?
We sit at the intersection of the actual people on the ground and the decision makers. So whether they're industry decision makers, development institutions, DFIs, and financial institutions. So that gives us a bigger and broader view of both sides. So it's taking this information of the people we work with on the ground, the women in the market, the women on the borders, the youth who do not have jobs and they want to start enterprises, and taking that information as data, as insights now to the other side of policymakers, whether it's a DFI, whether it's a donor, and then with the donor, these are the insights you have. So if you want to make a huge impact on maybe the fisheries sector, or a huge impact on the dairy sector, or a huge impact on the cross-border women that you work with, these are their characteristics, these are their biggest gaps, this is how we see they can scale. And then we design and structure programs with the different partners, whether other implementing partners or other donors, and see how do we structure now the capital that they have coming down this way. And now with the people on the ground is, how do you best prepare yourself to receive this opportunity, whether it's a capacity building opportunity, whether it's a grants opportunity, or whether it's an information opportunity. Yeah.
You advocate for gender intelligent banking. So why is a gender neutral approach falling short, and what does it look like in practice to design, financial solutions that actually work for women and women who are in these value chains?
So when we speak of gender neutrality in anything, whether it's in the medical field, whether it's in the finance field, so long as you do not design for a specific segment, you're not designing for anyone. So if you're designing, how do you measure, assuming you're in health, what are the symptoms of a heart attack in a human body? The symptoms in a heart attack for a man are very different from the symptoms of a heart attack in a woman. So you have to be very gender-centric and intelligent in who you're designing for. It's the same thing in finance. So if you're designing for a young woman somewhere in an African context, and you're designing for a man, what you look at are totally different things. So as we said, women and youth, and more specifically women, tend to play in the smaller value chain that have the least value. They do not have assets, and they tend to be very informal. So those are already their characteristics. So you're not really designing for the gender itself, it's for the characteristics and the human-centered design for how they behave and how they run their businesses. Same thing, women work better in groups, in group dynamics, they learn better in groups, and with products that are peer-led or capacity building that is peer-led, women respond better to those. It's very hard for us to work with men in groups, and men tend to work more individually. So if you're bringing information to male-owned enterprises, working with them as individuals as opposed to groups, they receive information better, they change their behavior better, and improve their businesses better, because they do not want to bring the private information in the group setting, and so on and so forth. So gender intelligent banking is not ensuring that you do not throw a wide net hoping to catch everyone and then you catch no one, but at least it's centered towards a specific group and demographic, depending on the strategy of the institution.
Much of agri-trade runs on informal systems, saving groups and trust-based networks. When you look at financial institutions today, how can they do, or what can they do better to connect these realities instead of trying to replace them?
So we've seen a lot of improvements in the financial sector in the past decade, be it in Kenya or in other markets that we work in, and mostly because, as you said, most financial institutions are actually not looking to change the group dynamics to suit them, but actually now changing and shifting their behavior now into what they see in the group dynamics. So incorporating the social capital within the groups and incorporating the group structures. So how does that look like? So we've seen more and more institutions, especially in group lending models, moving from asking for a physical collateral, maybe of stock or property, and now moving into what are the group dynamics? How often do you meet? Can I measure your discipline in terms of your meetings on your notes or on your minutes? Can you show us the minutes, or can I give you an application and show us, oh, we meet every week, once a week or once a month, and every time we meet, we contribute maybe 5,000 shillings every weekly. And then can I follow that behavior for a month, and then can I use that behavior as a collateral as opposed to asking for property? And that has actually worked very well, and we've seen women are actually better at repayment, and it's actually a healthier portfolio in all group models. And then after that, when they have traceability in terms of their finances, in terms of their financial behaviors, they're actually onboarded started on the formal financial services, how can they graduate as individuals? Because now, other than me borrowing or wanting to operate as a group, can I do that individually? So they also have the autonomy to decide, okay, now I've done that as a group. I'm actually convinced that the bank wants to help me, or this circle wants to help me, or this microfinance wants to help me. Now I'm comfortable doing this alone. We've actually seen so many women who grow and actually want like loans of up to 20 million shillings, but still want it in the group dynamics, because it also gives them security and privacy in what they do. Maybe they do not want to know what their family members to know what they're investing in. So they hide at least behind the groups and still grow as a group. And we've actually seen the social capital in groups works as a better model as opposed to just a general credit scoring models, because they have more loyalty to how they operate as opposed to just a system or a financial institution.
You've worked across multiple market systems. What does, quote unquote, moving markets and changing lives mean to you personally? And what would success look like for the next generation of African women in finance and trade?
I think for me, biggest success will be, first and foremost, when we look at a woman in terms of her business and in terms of the business they operate. Most women will start their businesses either as a hobby or just to make ends meet. But now how do we move that, just them wanting to just survive from survival mode, but to actually them scaling to a resilient and a thriving business? And then how do we encourage them through the system? Yeah. So success for me will look like, as a woman who started selling 5 bananas by the roadside on a very informal market that rains, she goes back home and comes back in the evening, to her moving cargo maybe from here to Europe, and that's what success will look for me. It will look as for me. So this person sells 1 or 2 bananas, and then how do we grow with them to ensure that they understand markets, they understand minimum quantity orders, they understand different trade instruments, and they actually scale and employ others in the markets. Currently, agri and agri-value chains support up to between 50 to 70 million families in Africa. So you can imagine if these families are actually maybe being supported by one family member there, if this business just growing is actually growing the capacity and capability and the thriving models of these different families. An amazing project I remember working with is one of the biggest FMCGs in the world. They were working with women and they'd work with them from 2 to 5 years, ensuring, yes, you're a small entrepreneur right now, but how can I work with you for the next 5 years to ensure in 5 years I can onboard you into my procurement system, that you're ISO certified, you have this number of certificates, so that you have a tangible client, so that even when you go to a financial institution to lend to you, you're not going alone as a woman, but you're going with the backing of this FMCG that you're working in or you're working with, just for growth and scale. So that it takes time, yes, but do we work with them to ensure that they actually grow and scale? So with finance and trade, you'd be in different components. You can be a banker, you can be an entrepreneur, you can be in the development space like I am, but it's very wide and it's broad. So in whatever space that you're in, actually just get the insights, or just seek to understand more, and then in whatever scope you're in, how do you make it better? So assuming you're a tumba business in Gikomba, for example, how does trade look for you? How do the clothes get to you, and how do you move them? Do you do it digitally or do you do it physically? So in whatever component you are, what trade instruments will you require? What does trade need for you? Look as for you? Do you need to be registered to grow big? If you're part of the service providers like ourselves and in the sector and in the ecosystem, how do you help the women that you work with, whether the large enterprises, the small micro enterprises, simply by understanding how they behave, why they behave the way they do, and how can opportunity get to them directly? Yeah, just a keen to understand and then grow from there.
I want you to look into the camera and talk to a woman or a young girl who is watching you right now. What is your message to them?
You can do it, and the future is bright.
Yamal. Great skill. There's another yellow card on the way here. Goes to Vega.
It's really good play from Yamal. All the players you want when you're under a bit of pressure.
Many thanks for staying with us right here on KBC Channel 1. My name is Mike Migwe and you're watching Good Morning Kenya. Now, the segment on air is Women at the Forefront, where we spotlight women who are making a significant impact in their areas or spheres of influence. And today we spotlight one lady, that is Evelyn Mwandia, who is the Executive Director at Start a Library Trust. She is rewriting the future of Kenya's slum and rural schools. In what way? That is what we are about to find out. Karibu sana.
Asante. Thanks, Mike.
How are you doing?
Good.
Yes. So before you even get into matters of literacy and everything in between, for a person who is seeing you for the first time, who is Evelyn Mwandia?
Great. Thank you, Mike, for having me.
Karibu sana.
And yeah, good question. Who am I? That question every day when people ask me, I get confused. What should I say? But yeah, Evelyn is just is a Kenyan citizen.
Oh, yes.
A mother. I am a writer. I'm a children's author. But beyond that, I'm a literacy champion. I really believe in education as an equalizer, and especially for young people and children who were in the rural communities or, you know, who have limited resources, because I really resonate with that. And so my advocacy is that every child has their own potential given the opportunity. And so I am behind the scenes just supporting young people to excel in education. I look at it and say we no longer plant coffee or whatever things that our grandfathers used to do, and education is really the equalizer for us. So I'm a champion for education.
As a champion for, which is very important actually. And what would you say are the experiences that shaped your passion for matters of literacy?
Exactly. So I grew up in rural Kenya. Mimi ni kuku kienyeji, as they say. I grew up there in rural Kenya and in the villages, and I went to school barefoot. Those stories that you've heard, I've experienced all that as a young girl. Went to rural primary school, went to a rural secondary school. Things that you've heard on air before, or people saying, became a young mother at 17. So I know how to drop out, go take care of your baby, come back to school again, and all the things that happen when you come back as a young mother in a class where everybody looks down upon you, you have low esteem. But as I reflect on that, is that I grew up, I finished high school without being able to read and to be able to read in English or even speak in English. English wasn't the language that I could express myself. And so coupled with being a young mother and as well as not able to express myself, then I lost self-esteem. I was a very timid girl, one who sits in the corner and don't want to speak with anybody. And so I could see everybody doing their thing, but I think where my life changed is when I joined the University of Nairobi. And I was in a class of people who came from across the world, across the country, some from private school, who knew what brought them to the university. And I didn't know. You know, I've come with my, what we say in our local culture, yellow socks and my long skirts and all that. And then you come here and then you find people are very polished. They even know how to shave and how to speak in the language, but also their friends. And then you just get confused. You have a culture shock. And so what I decided is to hide in the university library. So I would move from my hostel, just here, cross over, get to the university library, main campus, and hide in a corner in the library. And for 2 years, that was my journey, every day. Come hide in the university library, wait for my class, go to class, to my lecture, and come back to the library. And for 2 years, being that journey, one day the librarian identified, like she was observing me. She came and asked, young lady, what makes you come here every day? I see you here. And then I started tearing because I didn't know what to say. And she said, come to my room, office. And we had a conversation and I told her, like, everybody knows why they're here. I don't think I know. I don't have friends. I can't express myself. And though she said, I want to help you. And so that's how the journey started. She started buying me small books. I could read. By the time I was getting to that year, I came with a friend. And just like, you have a friend now in the university, now you can leave my office.
Wow.
And so I continued. And so I always say, using our African culture, that it is in the library where I drank the blood of a lion. Like, everything started for me. I found myself, I found my voice, I started having friends, and from there then everything started. So the reason why I championed for literacy is because I've lived this experience. I know what it takes to be able not to express yourself or to read at the right level. And so I paid forward to children in rural communities where I grew up that they don't have to go through this process. Yeah.
You've said that you've written for kids.
Yeah.
Why kids? And where did the inspiration come from? Was it from your experience within the school library, or what necessitated that?
Many things have happened in me. So why I write for children first is because I champion for literacy for children. It's good to put it in terms of statistics that 50%, actually 50.1% of Kenyan children graduate from grade 6 currently without being able to read an English text.
50%?
Yes. That means children are graduating from primary school and they can't read at their grade level. So even if you teach them mathematics or math or science, which is written in English or assessed in English, they will not perform. So learning outcomes are going to be lower. So I think it's very important that I write for children so that they can practice this language of instruction and examination that they need to use to be assessed at or even to speak in school. So I think I want to grow a generation of children who can read and they can be able, that is connected to the learning outcomes. But two is just my lived experience. As I said, I grew up in rural villages in Kenya. I don't want to mention my county, but but I think I grew up in rural communities. I have so many experiences. What I've written many times in my books, I've written around girl child and many experiences that we go through, looking at, you know, gender-based violence, talk about teenage pregnancies, talk about girls farming and all those things. I really feel like we need to write those stories. Those are really good experiences that we should not let go.
And people should learn from those stories, especially the young ones. But you said 50% unable to read.
Yes.
What do you think? Where is the gap? Where is this coming from?
There's so many things. There are so many factors around that. Literacy, and I would say, like in African culture, literacy, or let me just say, reading for pleasure, is leisure, is luxury. And so we don't give children opportunity to read, just to expand their mind and imagine.
Yes.
We only focus on rote learning. So you read mathematics and you pass your exams. You read science, a textbook, and you run and you pass your exam. If you don't do so, then you're behind, or you're not recognized.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things that is making literacy not to be embraced in schools. And so there's a lot of push on that. But the other thing is just culture. You know, that we don't embrace it at home level. You have not seen your parents read, your grandfathers were not reading, and your parents now are busy running after the dollar, and you know, we're too busy with doing life, and so even our children, we don't have time to read with them. So there's not that culture that you can emulate and say, I saw my parent polishing their shoes, so I will polish. You know, I saw my parent reading a book, and I will read. There's not there. People in the city, me and you, we leave our work, and when we get to the house, we open the television or we take our phone and go to TikTok. So then children do not have space somewhere where they can learn. And for children is monkey see, monkey do.
And do you think that parents really understand the impact of maybe helping in inculcating a reading culture within their children? Do you think they really pay attention to that aspect? Because when we talk about literacy, the first thing that would come to mind is that, you know, we leave that to the teachers.
Yes.
Do you think they really understand that?
I don't think so. I have had conversations with teachers, with parents a lot, and they don't. Also, even the modern parent, me and you, we don't also inculcate that reading culture. We are about passing exams. Even when we talk about the curriculum now, and it says it's not about passing the exam, it's about competencies.
Yes.
Please, when your child comes home with their report form, end of the term, or when you visit their school and you're given that report card, you still want to see, you got 72, or you got 50, why not 80? You still ask those questions. While you're not asking what other competencies have they achieved over the time. So parents are still there. We talk about 844. I think parents are still stuck with 844. And so because they don't do it, they don't grow interest of children reading for pleasure, then their children will never learn. So I don't think they understand. And also they have given that responsibility to teachers. I am in schools many times, or 90% of my time. It's still the teacher who controls everything. It's still the teacher who knows everything. And so if the teacher is withdrawn from the ecosystem, the child falls.
And looking at the CBE system and what you've said, reading to pass exams, do you see that, how do you see CBE impacting or changing how now the perception of reading, of going to school and, you know, getting the competency?
I really love CBE, CBC and all that. I feel like there's somewhere we are heading to. But there's a lot of culture conversations that we need to have behind the scenes, having conversation with the teachers and the parents around that. But CBC is doing quite well, and I love the way that they are focusing on competencies. I love that because if you look at what is intended to be achieved with CBC, critical thinking, decision making, you know, communication, confidence building, they are very critical skills that even if, and I'm not an advocate of let's not go to school, but even if you withdraw the papers, the certificates, and you have these skills, you stand a big chance. I say, there are many people who do not have a degree out here, but they have these competencies and they excel so well in the world, including employment and entrepreneurship. So I really feel like we are in the right direction in terms of the curriculum. I think stakeholders, teachers and parents, we need to decode some things. We need to think about, we need to shed off some 844 culture that we picked up about
and mindset,
so that then we can refocus on this curriculum that I feel if we embrace it, then we have better citizens, we have better young people graduating from our universities and colleges as well.
And speaking of reading, the National Read Aloud 2026 World Record Edition.
Yeah.
So set for
this Friday.
It's Friday.
Yeah.
But you said something. It's not simply about breaking records. It's about ensuring every Kenyan discovers the power of books and the confidence to use their voice.
Correct.
Talk to us about that.
So the National Read Aloud has been like my main advocacy campaign because I realized that children don't read. And there's a very common saying that if you want to hide anything from an African, put it in a book. And I always say if you put something in a book currently, Kenyan children will read because I have really championed literacy for a couple of years now. And the National Read Aloud is, as you've said it very correctly, it's not just about breaking the world record that we want to break.
Yes.
Is ensuring that children have space or have the resources for them to read. Because one of the biggest challenges that we have, especially in rural communities and the urban slums, is that children do not have access to age-appropriate, culturally relevant materials. Quote unquote, Kenya has become a dumping site for books. Many people, anytime you talk about literacy and access, people say we have books to donate, you know, and when you look at them, these books, they're not relevant to the Kenyan child.
Yes.
So we want to ensure that children have access to reading materials. That's the first thing. The second thing is we want to amplify the voices of Kenyan children on this aspect about literacy, that you give us the resources and the time and the support.
Yes.
We can read.
Allow me to cut you short.
Correct.
Allow me to cut you short. We shall come back to that. But I want us to cross over to State House here in Nairobi, where there is a ceremony of the Assent of the Sovereign Wealth Fund Act that is happening in State House. Let's listen in.
Of the Constitution for the presidential assent of the Sovereign Wealth Fund Bill 2026. Today marks a defining moment in our nation's history. From this day forward, the wealth beneath our soil shall no longer be consumed by a single generation, but shall be preserved and passed on in an unbroken chain across generations. To commence this historic ceremony, we shall first witness the installation of the public seal of the Republic. The public seal is the supreme emblem of the executive authority of the Republic, affixed only to the most solemn instruments of state. It bears witness that the sovereign will of the people, expressed through the Constitution enacted by Parliament, has attained its final constitutional authority through the President as the head of state and government. Your Excellency, permit me, sir, to most graciously request you and all present to rise up on your feet for the installation of the public seal of the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency, sir, ladies and gentlemen, you may kindly take your seats. Sir, with the public seal in place, it is now my distinct honor and high privilege to invite Your Excellency to take your place in the ceremonial arena. Your Excellency will be flanked on the left by the Deputy President, accompanied by the Prime Cabinet Secretary, who is not here, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury, the Honorable Attorney General, and the Cabinet Secretary for Mining. And on the right, we will have the parliamentary leadership led by the Speaker, the party leader of ODM has arrived, the majority leader, the deputy majority leader, the deputy majority whip, and the deputy minority whip. He has arrived. Your Excellency, permit me now, sir, to invite pupils drawn from our primary, junior, and senior schools to come forward and join you in the ceremonial arena to witness this historic presidential assent. So, Your Excellency, these pupils collectively represent part of the generations for whom this fund has been established, reminding us that today's natural wealth must become tomorrow's inheritance. Your Excellency, sir, with the National Assembly having discharged its constitutional lawmaking mandate in enacting this seminal legislation after 12 years of waiting, it is now my most humble duty to petition Your Excellency as Head of State and Government to exercise the authority conferred upon you under Article 115 of the Constitution and assent to the Sovereign Wealth Fund Bill 2026 into law. Your Excellency, sir, with your kind permission, I now invite the Clerk of the National Assembly to present the vellum copies of the bill for your consideration and assent.
Excellency, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Clerk.
Excellency, I have the instructions of the Speaker of the National Assembly to place before you 6 vellum copies of bills for your assent, this being one of the most remarkable pieces of legislation to be introduced in Parliament. Your Excellency, you recall that on the 20th of November last year, when you were addressing Parliament during the State of the Nation address, Your Excellency, you promised, it is 8, Excellency. Your Excellency, you undertook that you are going to introduce and to propose to Parliament some pieces of legislation. One of them is now law, which is a National Infrastructure Fund, and the next one was the Sovereign Wealth Bill. Your Excellency, this bill, having been approved by the Cabinet, was introduced by the distinguished member for the leader of the majority party. It went through first reading and then taken through public participation, Your Excellency, by the Departmental Committee on Finance, chaired by the member for Molo, who is today represented by the Honorable Umu Kasim, distinguished member for Mandera County today. Your Excellency, this bill proposes to provide a legal framework for the establishment of the Sovereign Wealth Fund and also provide institutional framework for the proper and efficient management of that fund by distinguished professionals who are competent enough to take care of the fund. With that in mind, the fund establishes 3 components of itself. That is, first, the stabilization fund, which is supposed to assist the national government to cushion the people of Kenya from any shocks that may be associated with macroeconomic instability globally, including pandemics and other natural phenomena and conflict like that, the one that was witnessed, Your Excellency, in the Middle East. The second component is a strategic infrastructure investment fund for purposes of pooling resources with the private sector to construct our infrastructure. And the third component, and the most exciting, Your Excellency, is a future generations fund. This bill provides, Your Excellency, that the Future Generations Fund will have a component of not less than 30% of the funds. It has gotten the highest amount of protection compared to the other 3 components, including the fact that you cannot borrow against it, you cannot do collateral against it, and there are certain prohibitions of investment against it, so that those funds are secured for future generations, as indeed required, Your Excellency, under Article 201C of the Constitution, Your Excellency. This bill provides that the fund will be managed by a board, the chairman appointed by the President, the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury, Cabinet Secretary for Mining, Cabinet Secretary for Petroleum, and 4 other persons who will be competitively recruited, Your Excellency, depending on their competencies, to sit in that board. The board provides certain protections to the fund, including the establishment of investment manager. It establishes where funds can be invested and where funds should not be invested, Your Excellency. It prohibits the investment of those funds from things like private equity, speculative derivatives, and other commercial investments which are high risk. The idea is to protect the fund from the risk appetite of the board and also ensure the fund is well protected, Your Excellency. It also requires that the fund shall be managed in accordance with the Public Finance Management Act, together with other provisions contained in the Act, Your Excellency. The bill has 4 schedules. One of the schedules provides for how the investments can be made, how drawings can be made, the affairs of management, the management of the affairs of the board, and many more. 61 clauses, Your Excellency, and 4 schedules. Permit me, Your Excellency, to end my commission for the day there. Thank you, sir.
Your Excellency, in observance of the constitutional requirement that instruments issued by the head of state be executed under the hand and seal of the President, I now invite Your Excellency, accompanied by the pupils, to affix the seal of the Republic to the bills, thereby perfecting their enactment into law. With Your Excellency's assent, the Sovereign Wealth Fund Bill now becomes law and is entered into the body of the laws of the Republic of Kenya. Through this enactment, the nation's journey towards first world status is firmly placed on course. So, Your Excellency, you may present a signed copy of the Act to His Excellency the Deputy President and the Attorney General for publication, and the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury for implementation. And thereafter, you may present to the Speaker and all the Leader of Majority and all other members of Parliament present. So may we all arise so that we can celebrate the new act. The fanfare again. Your Excellency, you may resume your seat.
With your permission, Your Excellency, we are now going to progress to a panel discussion. But before that, as we get the stage ready, allow me to invite the State House Choir to give us a short interlude of music as we prepare the stage for the panel discussion. State House Choir, over to you.
Good morning to you. Those are live pictures from State House, Nairobi. President William Ruto has just assented to the Sovereign Wealth Fund Bill of 2026. That is the National Assembly Bill number 7 of 2026. Now, assenting of this bill marks the culmination of more than a decade of a national endeavor to establish Kenya's first sovereign wealth framework. Now, the ceremony was conducted in a special manner because the bill that has now been assented into law will be focusing on future generations, because it will establish a fund that will be having three components. The first one will be the stabilization fund, and the aim of this fund is to cushion the national economy and the budget against external shocks and commodity price volatility. And of course, we do have the Strategic Infrastructure Investment Fund that is aimed at financing transformational national infrastructure and other strategic development priorities. The final component is the Future Generations Fund, and that is why you saw that the President was assenting to the bill in the presence of children who are representing future generations. And of course, it is a symbol that the wealth that belongs to the country, the natural resources in the country, do not only belong to the current generations, but it will be shared across all generations. And that is why the President assented to that particular bill in the presence of children, just to show that they will be the future custodians of the wealth of this country, that will be managed in a manner that will ensure no wealth is misappropriated, because the fund will be undertaken by a board. And of course, the board will have a chairperson that will be appointed by the President. We will have also cabinet secretaries as part of that board. We're also going to have a panel discussion on these matters. So let's listen in to what is happening right now.
And at this point, to invite the moderator or the discussant, which is Mr. Wallace Kantai, Head of Communication at Central Bank of Kenya, to take his seat. We can give him a clap as he's coming. Karibu sana, Wallace. Let me also invite Mr. Tom Gitogo, Group MD and CEO Britam, to also take his seat. Mr. Nicholas Indondeka, Chair Fund Managers, to also take his seat. Mr. Paul Russo, Group CEO, KCB, Mr. Paul Russo. Dr. James Mwangi, CEO, Equity Bank of Kenya PLC. A clap for him as well as they're coming. Then the last panel person is Honorable FCPA John Badi, the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Economic Planning, to take their seats. Most welcome. You may take your seats, and I'll now hand over to Mr. Wallace Kantai, who is going to be the discussant or the moderator for this panel. Welcome.
As we wait for our last participant on the panel, Your Excellency, the President, Your Excellency, Deputy President, fellow guests, and I dare say it's a room full of friends. Hamjambo. I will not do what I used to do, which is commentate on this, but I think, permit me to say, it's a very exciting day. And I think primarily, not so much with the top people that we have in front of us, but the guests, Your Excellency, who you had just a few minutes ago. I think we haven't seen that in too many places, and I think recognition that this is on their behalf. We are custodians of all these resources on behalf of those generations. So gentlemen, and my apologies for gentlemen only on my panel, I promise to do better next time. We want to begin this conversation and we want to keep it moving fairly quickly. And I think the best person to begin with is the Honorable Cabinet Secretary. We have said many times that we are on the road to Singapore. But I suspect you want to add to that you're now on the road to Norway in terms of the fund. Why the fund? What does it do that is so special for us? Bonasias.
Thank you very much. First, let me state that this government set on transformation journey, and there cannot be any transformation without reforms. And therefore, we have embarked on a series of reforms, one of which is to pay attention to the principles of our Constitution. And when you look at the principles of our Constitution, one of the things that stand out very, very clearly is what we call intergenerational equity. And you cannot speak to intergenerational equity without thinking about the current or the resources that we have and how much would be used by the current generation and how much would be designated for future generation. We have been exploiting the minerals that we have, the petroleum products that may be there, without any regard to the future generation. I'll give you an example that we have had minerals in Kwale, but going forward, and the future generation will be asking, where is that mineral that we hear was in Kwale? We would not have an answer. This act, it is now not a bill, is addressing that anomaly by creating a fund, which we call the Sovereign Wealth Fund, in the model of Norway. I know there is also another model of the UK, but ours is borrowing largely to the model of Norway, where now we are creating 3 funds. The first one is the Stabilization Fund, and the second one is the Strategic Infrastructure Fund. But the most important one, which has been ring-fenced and protected through the Act, and where we have designated 30% of all the revenue that would be generated from minerals and petroleum proceeds to go into, and that is the intergenerational or the future generation fund, which is for the intergenerational equity. So that is what is distinct, and this government will go on record in history as that government that thought about the future of generation of this country.
Thank you, Bonasias. Norway is in the quarterfinals, by the way, of the World Cup. We hope that that's an additional promise you're making to us. Bonakili, you've been in charge of public funds, in a manner of speaking, for a very long while. How exciting is this moment for you, and what does it mean going forward?
Thank you very much. On behalf of our pension industry, I would like to say we are very excited because we normally deal with intergenerational wealth, actually, because we deal with pensions for the current generation, we deal with the future generations, and as a trust. For me, it's exciting because I believe that we should actually consider other sources of funding this sovereign wealth fund beyond the natural resources. I believe any Kenyan of goodwill should be allowed to donate their wealth to the sovereign wealth fund. So I want to suggest that the House of Parliament should consider an amendment to label any Kenyan or even any foreigner who loves Kenya of goodwill to donate into this fund. I would be one of the first ones to put some of my wealth in my will to the sovereign wealth fund. Secondly, there are many other sources like unclaimed financial assets. We have other sources also which are the lost and found. In law, we have property which we call bona vacantia. Obviously, we need to consider that these resources are attached to go to this sovereign wealth fund. And as a result, we shall build a fund very fast. Also, the common people, the citizens should be allowed to put in whatever shilling they should be able to put in. You remember, and I know our head of state is a Christian, that when Christ came to recognize the best donor or the best person who gave, it was an old lady who gave the only money she had into the kitty. I would suggest that the common wananchi are allowed to give even a shilling into this fund. And as a result of that, that money should be then invested. And we are appealing to our capital markets through the Nairobi Stock Exchange to play their role in enabling us to grow this exponentially. So we are excited. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. And that is an interesting proposal because one of the people who revolutionized finance from the mass direction is yourself, Bona James Mwangi, starting 30 or so years ago, and we can see where it's led to now in terms of what I might call financial inclusion, but more particularly people taking part in the development of their own country. Is this another revolutionary moment similar to that one that you led all those years ago?
Thank you very much. I think this is beyond a revolutionary movement because it's the collective will of the Kenyan people signaling their commitment to invest into the future. So when a people decides to build the future themselves, they liberate themselves from dependence. And I see this as a bold step, saying that we are changing the way we have done things before. The second one, it speaks broadly about the maturity of the Kenyan people. When people think beyond themselves and think about future generations, it then means perpetuation of a legacy of a nation. But also, when you create an institution with the protocols, like the one enshrined in this institution, you protect that wealth specifically. And that is what I see as very bold steps that are very, very transformative. But I think for me, what touched me most was to see a Wings to Fly scholar. And he greeted me and said, "You gave me a scholarship. I can now see investment for the job that I will take after education." So you can see people can relate, that it's not just present, but the future is secured. And that to me is quite telling. But let me talk about Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund. That is maybe the best example, and you can compare it with the British Sovereign Wealth Fund. They were started at the same time for the same purpose, but you can see Norway now has 2.2 trillion US dollars in the sovereign fund for a population of 5 million people. That is staggering. They have not only secured their children, they are now securing grandchildren. But what is unique about this, and I say it, I know it well, because 14% of the entire shareholding of Equity Bank is by the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund. You could imagine, we Equity are limiting 14% of all the dividend we are paying to the Sovereign Wealth Fund. So the structure of investment, they can tap on the best investment in the world to facilitate the growth of their wealth. But we have borrowed this concept as equity. We all know equity 30 years ago. You have evoked 30 years ago. The smallest financial institution in Kenya, number 66 out of 66. But it's the discipline of thinking about the future that has created equity. The last time equity raised capital was 2007. 2007. But 20 years, we have funded by sharing today's prosperity to build the future. We only pay 30% of available for distribution as dividend and reinvest 70%. And I see this is what the country has started to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And Bwana Rousseau, you're also in the banking sector, but I'll approach it perhaps more directly in that regard, and where the banking sector is today and what it looks like going into the future. This is new, but it's also very big in terms of the resources that will be in it, and also some of the ambition behind it. How do you think the banking sector will interface with it and react to it?
Yeah, thank you, Wallace, and thank you, James, for pitching for the banking sector and the role that we need to play. I think just in the first instance, when you see the captains of industry that are present here for banking, tells you how important this is. I think we have more than 10, if I'm not wrong, of CEOs from banks that are present here. Wallace, I think I'll start by answering this question broadly. I think we've pitched the country in a number of instances from banking sector from a return on investment basis. And that has been significantly high. I think we've done extremely well. These two funds, and I'm lucky to sit in the council of the National Infrastructure Fund, these two funds specifically set two major requirements for us to take the next bold step for the country. One is governance and transparency. I think if there is an assurance that every single investor has been looking for. I think that answer has been provided in the way these funds have been structured. And that's extremely very important. And to take it also on a lighter note, in every single time that banks have attempted to de-risk investment and working with government, we've been going for letters of support. We've been running to say, give us some guarantee, something we can hold on to. I think these funds have been structured to be able to de-risk investment and how we work to bring to life significant infrastructure investments in the case of NIF. But on this particular fund, also starting to take a bet on the country. So let's just take, for example, Gulf Energy investing in, taking over Talo and investing in Turkana, which KCB is supporting. I think you can see from a commercial investment, but today you see from a future and guaranteeing value for generations to come. You can get oil out of the ground, you can commercialize. We can all be happy in the current instance, but this fund ensures that future generations benefit out of that. And I think for banks, there lies the confidence and how we should then be able to support that we are not just investing for today, but we are playing and putting our bet on the country for the future.
And since you still have the mic, Mr. Rousseau, and taking advantage of the fact that lots of Kenyans may be watching this right now or later, what then is the difference between the two funds? Because they'll see within a very short space of time, we have two very big funds. We are making, rightfully so, a very big deal out of them. What then is the difference? Where would their attention lie depending on where they're coming from?
So I think, I'll try and be basic, Wallace, in this one. I think the National Infrastructure Fund comes in to answer the question. Because there are no easy choices from where we are as a country. Let me be, as chairman of KBA, right? You've borrowed to the limit. Yet we must deliver critical infrastructures. And I think sometimes we let government speak about it, private sector must speak about some of these things. We can complain about Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, we must put our neck online to make sure, for example, Jomo Kenyatta International Airport is done. National Infrastructure Fund comes in to say, how do we deliver those significant national projects without loading additional debt and borrowing to government? And that I think is and those infrastructure projects are here. They are not things we are going to think futuristic about. I've just given you an example of JKIA. Sovereign Wealth Fund then says, but I've got resources, whether the underground, the overground, whether you're talking about carbon, I think mining has been specified, petroleum has been specified. I think carbon should be in that category. I think Kelly just talked about well-wishers and people who want to deeply invest in this country. But it says, hello, we're not spending it for those of us that are here today. We have to have a structure to ensure that future generations are protected and that preservations happen in a well-governed, transparent manner. That's the difference of the two funds in the most basic way, because I think we're speaking to Kenyans, not financial experts that we are. And in both instances, and you can see, it is asking for expertise from all sectors and all fronts. It's not a government-led and it's not government-driven agenda, it is a collective. So if you see at the infrastructure fund and the chair of the council is here, because just of the structure, and probably the only fund that starts with money already, the quality of applicants for the board has shocked many of us. Never have we seen that level of quality of applicants from private sector wanting to fund. I can assure it's because of the structure and how it has been defined. And I had the advantage of being a panelist. Now, if you look at the sovereign fund as well, it has 4 independent, competitively recruited individuals to represent. I think we have to pay attention to governance and transparency in both funds and how it's enshrined in the acts as a way of sustaining and building confidence. Because all of them will thrive on confidence, isn't it? Investors thrive on confidence. So I hope, over and above just clarifying the difference in the basic way, to stretch it a little bit and probably challenge us in the private sector to start being advocates of certain things. I think James just mentioned about the Norwegian fund. We've got to try and then advocate for that to come to life.
Thank you very much, and I think that's a very useful set of clarifications you provided. Bwana Ithondeka, I noticed you and your colleagues walked in very excited until a few minutes ago. Then you were told, kill the word risk from your vocabulary. At least the people on my table got very unexcited. How should you look at this? Because investment and returns does have a certain element of understanding and taking on risk. But a sovereign wealth fund, wherever you look at it, including ours and what you've said here, is that risk element must be controlled, because we can't go off on adventures when the future generations are looking at us and they find that the coffers are empty. How do you then deal with that?
Thank you, Kantai. And indeed, you're right. Your Excellency, when you walked in here, I noticed most of my council members were salivating until the element of risk was put in the table. Allow me to say this, Your Excellency, because I am the chairman of the Fund Managers Association. There are quite a number of council members in the room, and I need to make sure when I go back, I'm still the chairman. So, Your Excellency, what they asked me to do today is to convey just one thing, to tell you thank you so much, because in the last 3 years, we are delivering double-digit returns to our clients. And this is the 3rd year in a row that we are seeing numbers hitting almost close to 20% on our funds. And the likes of Dr. Kili are very happy, the likes of Koros, the likes of Dr. Yabe, and that movement that has been there back to back, as they say in football, Your Excellency, is because of that focus. So we must say thank you for that braveness, walking into the markets quite quickly as soon as you took over, and that excitement and that confidence was executed in the market. Your Excellency, they say when I was a young man, one of my council members used to tell me, he was my boss then, now I'm his chairman, so life can change. He told me that fortune favors the brave, and Your Excellency, you have done that for us and you have led from the top. So Kantai, you talk about how does it relate in terms of risk and in terms of protecting our markets. The capital markets, as you may know, Your Excellency, we thrive on what you call stability. Around the table there, we were discussing the fact that one of the strongest pushes for the last 3 years was the fact that there was stability. There's always movement in markets, but if the movements are predictable, if you're talking about the 2-3% movement, any investor can take that. And I can see my good friend Tadase is on your table. And he keeps on looking at me like someone who, like there you look at a child who never appreciates what he has. And the word they use there out there, Your Excellency, is demographic capital. Demographic capital, dear ladies and gentlemen, is what we've done today, which means you're investing for the demographics, which is beyond us. And that alone, Kantai, it may not be coming to the fund managers to invest. It may be restricted, as Hassan mentioned, in terms of what is controlled. But that stability is what gives the investor confidence that you're seeing in Kenya. Even now, as we speak, Your Excellency, we were hosting the big banks of US last week, Royal Bank of Canada, Royal Canadian Bank, and the way they are talking about Kenya is beyond even fundamentals. It's about just positive excitement and what we call demographic capital. So while we may not be directly benefiting, it may be controlled, as the Parliament has put it, but for us, we know that stability is what we thrive on. Stability of markets, predictability of returns, when people can invest and be able to see what is coming in the next 3 years, for us, we are more than happy to continue residing in this economy and doing the best we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Gitogo. I'll approach you from as an elder, because you've been in charge of rather large pools of capital. Now you feel sort of a bit safer because there's another large pool. What advice then would you give the CS, members of the board, and even arguably His Excellency the President, with regard to how to manage this? You've been managing through thick and thin, through difficult times and easier times, and now you've been put on the spot. How do you advise them?
So thank you. One disadvantage I have is that about 5 gentlemen have spoken before me, and each one of them has taken from what I wanted to say. But having said that, obviously, transparency and governance is very key for any big fund of this size. And that has been said and put very well by Russo. The next thing is that the risk element, as His Excellency mentioned, is key. The approach of the investments need to take into account what the purpose of the fund is. There's 3 bits. Obviously, the stabilization, which is very good for our economy. It will attract investors, big and small, because of that stability. Economies go up and down. There's nothing we can do about that. But with stabilization, that helps us attract and continue investing into the future. So the right amount of risk, particularly reducing significantly the risk exposure to the part of the fund that is about future generations, is key. But the fund will also not grow if it is not very well diversified. James talked about the Norway fund investing in Kenya. That gives it exposure to a double-digit growth in a growing economy. So I would expect that the fund would also look at investing elsewhere on the continent and elsewhere in the world, because it broadens the risk base. I think that is important, but obviously that needs to be done professionally, as Nick has said. And then obviously keeping in tandem with the trends. We have to invest, especially because things are changing, and we know the wider demographic is the youth. We cannot obviously also invest in what we have always invested in. I'm excited about the infrastructure, because in the insurance space, we are looking for long-term investments, and it's the same case with pensions. And this fund, in conjunction with the National Infrastructure Fund, will make a lot of the infrastructure investments that we so desperately need in this country bankable. And that will attract long-term funds from the private sector, including the insurance business. Yeah.
Thank you. And perhaps I want to come back to you, CS, now getting into the details. In terms of the way the fund has been structured, we have spoken about protecting or ring-fencing for future generations, but at the same time, James Mwangi spoke about Norway investing in equities, which are of necessity risky. How have we structured? What choices did you make in terms of how the fund is structured to ensure that longevity, but at the same time, as Tom Gitogo says, that we actually get returns, because it's not enough to simply be safe. There's a reason why we have to grow.
Thank you very much. Allow me first to also add on to what Paul Russo said regarding the slight difference between National Infrastructure Fund and the Sovereign Wealth Fund, and talk about the sources of funding. In terms of National Infrastructure Fund, you'll notice that the Act clearly spells out that any divestiture in public-owned or state-owned enterprises will be invested in the National Infrastructure Fund. Yet the Sovereign Wealth Fund is now focusing more on revenue proceeds that are derived from our natural resources, more particularly the minerals and also the petroleum. So that is another distinction besides others. But let me now address the question that you have just put across to me regarding how the fund is structured and in terms of investment. And just to pick from what Toko has said, that actually the fund allows for not just investment locally in assets like the government papers, and also deepening the capital market, because that is one of the key responsibility of Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury, is to make sure that our capital market is deepened and widened enough to promote and support investment. The Act also allows investment in convertible currencies. So long as what you are investing in, even if it is an international bond, it must be an investment in a bond that would allow for convertible currency. So there's that latitude for the board to look at the international market and see where there could be high value for the investment, but it must be in convertible currencies. But there is also provision of proper oversight. Investment policy must be approved all the way to the National Assembly, and there is enough oversight in that space. The Cabinet Secretary must, in consultation with the Cabinet, meaning that the Cabinet must approve, so it has enough guardrails to ensure that the funds are well protected. But looking at the three funds, you will also notice there's some slight differences there. That the second component, which is the strategic infrastructure component, allows you latitude, like the National Infrastructure Fund, to come in and again invest in our public infrastructure projects, which help in de-risking these assets for partnership or blending of capital with the private sector. And then when now you come to the intergenerational or the future generation component, they are the guardrails that the Act provides. And those are found in the schedules, the Schedule 1 and the Schedule 2 to the Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And perhaps although there's so much to discuss, but perhaps we start bringing this to an end. There is a question in my head, Bonakili. So the current generations we had here, I was going to call them future, but they are here, so they're current generations. We'll be very excited. I suspect my children will ask me in the evening, what does this mean for them? But I also suspect my mother may call me and say, what is in it for me? She's a retiree. She has a pension, a state pension. This is very exciting for the future, but is there something now for her to be excited about, let alone me who's about to get into that space?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wallace. If you look at the purpose of establishment of the Norwegian Sovereign Fund, it's actually majorly targeted at pension, which is then for the citizens of that country. When I've had engagements with the Norwegian pension, that particular fund, and they say that they have saved enough that even if they don't get any new inflow into the fund can last more than 25 years plus. That's one. The second one is that the money is meant to take care of the whole, the people who have retired, either after having left employment or not. And I think it calls also for our country, and Your Excellency, I really want to ask you that now go to the next step. Establish a universal social security fund for all citizens of the country, so that part of this funding, part of this money can actually be channeled to that universal fund, which is state funded. It is a promise in Article 44 and 43 of the Constitution. And I think it's the right time that we also launch that one. And that will make your grandmother and our old mothers happy. At the same time, it will take over the burden from the current social protection programs, which is a cash transfer, which is basically not well funded. And for the future generations, now they will have some comfort in that there will be an element of assurance that the future is bright. We keep on promising them that the future is bright, but now they can see it underlined with the fact of this particular asset being available for them. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll ask the four gentlemen before I get to the CS to wind up the same question. Where do you see this, let's call it 20 years, is a good time and a good window to look at it, starting with you, James Mwangi, for this fund? Where do you see us being?
What I really see is a transformed public sector because what this fund does is that it creates disciplined planning. So we will now be a very structured, planned economy. The second aspect that I see is crowding in of the private sector. To me, this is a signaling effect. The bigger funds will come because these two funds de-risk, and they may just be investing 10%, and 90% will be private sector. So there will be massive crowding in, and like Singapore, which used Temasek fund, there is a possibility that we could be able to reach 25% investment as a percentage of GDP. And if you look at all stories in the world that has ended up well, investment as a percentage of the GDP is about 25. Kenya is at 18. These two funds, together with the crowding in of the private sector, would allow us to breach the 25% state, and then that can usher a predictable growth path for the economy to transition.
Thank you, Bonarusso. Same question, 20 years.
Yeah, I think about the multiplier effect and technically what is going to come out of that. I personally see that level of confidence and the ability that you don't have to explain Kenya as an investment destination with governance and the transparency that is provided for. And as James has said, look, funds will follow, as I said earlier on, ROI, but will follow governance and transparency. So significant investments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kantai. For me, I think 20 years down the line, I expect to see a very different country. And Your Excellency, we must congratulate you because what this sovereign fund is doing is to make sure that the David Ndees and the Hassans, 20 years down the line or even earlier, don't have to go to those Muthaiga meetings that David Ndii we had to go through every Thursday, just to think about how we will not default on the Eurobond, and God gave us that favor. So one day we write that book, Your Excellency, and we'll have a small chapter there of the late nights. It stopped becoming a government issue, it became a whole sector issue, and we are happy we went through that. As it is right now, Your Excellency, the number of DFIs has gone up. I think we were talking about that report early in the morning. As it stands right now, we are hosting delegations of big capital. We know California teachers, big pension schemes, big sovereign funds, all the way from even Netherlands. All they're trying to do is just to get 1% into Kenya. Remember that demographic capital is what they're seeing. So 20 years down the line, I don't think any president will have to go through what you went through. You'll be having an economy which is running itself. And for the fund managers, please make sure your tickets are already in, because as you walk into the future, there's more money coming, chasing for the same resources. So we need to get ahead and protect our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tom Gitogo?
I think for me, given the confidence that this gives and signals to the economic players, and given the work ethic of Kenyans, this gives us a sure chance of perhaps being the biggest economy on the continent.
Oh, wow. Short and succinct, and that gives you pressure, Bonacius. Where are you taking us?
Thank you very much. Wallace, first, let me make it clear that, in my opinion, President William Samoei Ruto will go down in history as the most reform-minded and transformative president that this country has ever had and probably will ever have. I say so because in this administration, we have seen privatization acts legislated in 2025. We have seen the Government-Owned Enterprises Act legislated and enacted, very transformative. And you know, when you want to transform a country or any system, you must disrupt it. So what we are seeing is actually disruption that is positive and progressive. We have just had National Infrastructure Fund enacted into law, and a fund that has attracted over 2.8 billion US dollars. If you study or you take a sample of all the funds that have been set up, the National Infrastructure Funds, probably ours has the highest startup or initial capital. I have discussed the Indian fund, the Indian model with them. They started with less amount than ours. So we are starting at a very strong position. Now we have the Sovereign Wealth Fund, another first for this administration. So I don't think I'm sycophantic if I say that President William Ruto will go down as the most transformative, the most reform-minded president, and thankfully I will be hanging on his coat for the period that I serve in this office, also to be branded probably the most transformative cabinet secretary, depending on how long I sit here. But where we are taking this country, as a government, we are taking this country. You know, we have said it, and it sounds like a joke, but it's the reality, that we are taking this country to Canaan through Singapore. But now it appears even we will be rerouting through Norway before we navigate to Canaan. But again, because we want to reach Canaan quickly, we will make sure that we fast track the journey. That is why we are starting. National Infrastructure Fund is up, and the board will be announced soon. And again, now today we are enacting another fund, the Sovereign Wealth Fund, with very robust governance structures, with a board that will be competitively recruited, apart from those who are going to come from the government. So I see a future for this country. Finally, in this fund, the stabilization component is going to be very critical. Remember, just the other day, we have been complaining, and even today, that we need to lower the prices of petroleum products, the oil prices. And you hear people talk of reduce prices, reduce prices, reduce prices. For you to be able to manage that, the shocks, you must have a dedicated fund that would help you do that. And this is one of the routes. It is not about shouting in political rallies. You cannot go to a political rally and reduce the price of petrol, for example. It is not possible. But that is what you are made to believe, that the government can just stand somewhere and say the prices of diesel will come from 182 to 60 shillings. It cannot happen. It will only happen when we have deliberate and dedicated funds which would help us in approaching such initiative. Thank you very much.
So, Your Excellency, no pressure whatsoever from what I'm hearing. So if you'll join me, please, in a round of applause for our guests. I think they've been able to break down quite a complex set of ideas and also the practicalities of this fund in a way that I think we're starting to understand it. And we do hope, and the promises have been made, that this is going to be revolutionary for this country. Asanteni sana, and I want to hand over back to Gitonga.
Thank you very much. Why don't we put our hands together for the panel again? Thank you very much, Wallace, for your indulgence. And Your Excellency will now progress to a few comments that we will have. And as we clear the stage, kindly let's clear the stage. Thank you, Your Excellency. And thank you, Your Excellency. So we'll now progress to a few remarks. And Your Excellency, it has been said that the youth are the leaders of tomorrow, but today we realize that they're not really leaders of tomorrow, they're already leaders of today. And to start us off on our comments, we have two students. You've listened or heard them before, and I'm sure they're familiar to a number of us. And I'll invite Lynn Mogore, who is the president of Kenya High School, together with Rooney Gitonga, who is also the president of Bureiruri Boys Senior School in Meru. Why don't we give them a clap as they're coming? Rooney, also please come so that you'll make your quick comments as we now progress with the rest of the program. You may use this as we progress. Rooney, please come so that you'll stand next to her. Please go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have one question for us today. Do you want to be remembered? Do you? We all do. I have come to accept and realize that at the end of the day, everyone has one thing and one thing in mind. They want to leave a mark in their country, in their family, in their nation. And one thing about this is that there are two types of people who will emanate from this goal. They are dreamers. Dreamers are people who have big ideas, and eventually they work towards their big ideas. But one thing about a dreamer is they do it for themselves. But the second type of people, we have visionaries. Visionaries work towards achieving a big goal, but not just for themselves, but for other people. They think beyond themselves. Today we have just witnessed His Excellency signing a bill into an act. The bill itself is now an act, is the Sovereign Wealth Fund, pillared with three major funds: the Stabilization Fund, Strategic Infrastructure Fund, and the most important to me, the Future Generation Fund. I asked a question: do you want to be remembered? Your Excellency, allow me to answer this question for you. You will surely be remembered. Because you're not working towards achieving something just for the current nation, but for the future. And one thing that people don't remember is that in order to be remembered, you must stand the greatest test, which is the test of time. And one thing about time is it does not appreciate those who work for the fruits of today. The end of this fund has a principle that the wealth underneath our soil must outlive the resources themselves. To me, this is a call to action, not just for the government, but for us as the youth, to support the vision that this country has. I'd like to finish by saying, good things take time. This is a good thing, and it will take time, but it will be remembered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Okay, let me take this opportunity first to thank God for enabling me to be here. It is a dream come true, if I can say that. Me setting my foot on this great place, it is a dream come true. And I will quote the words of our president: I am a man on a mission. I don't have room to lose hope or any option to retreat. I'm not going back again on the village. I'm rising. Okay, on this great day occasion, first, I would like to thank the government of Kenya under the leadership of our president. It has greatly shown us that they are not just investing for the current world. They are not just investing for the current nation. They're investing for the future. And this validates that our leaders, these great leaders of our nation, are optimistic for young men like us. They are not just building for themselves, but they want to create a generation where Kenya, at 50 years to come, at 100 years to come, will still remain firm. And thank you very much, Mr. President, for setting that foundation. You have laid a foundation that shall remain for many years to come. The Sovereign Wealth Fund, is such a great achievement that shall remain in our country for many years to come. I want to share this. Again, a quote that said that leadership is a privilege. Not only a privilege, but a privilege rooted with responsibility. I have come at a moment, I just look at the government of Kenya, and at least I am relieved, because I know the people that we have installed our lives on are people who are capable of leading us to higher levels. In the lives of our president, a person who is greatly committed to transforming our nation, a person who is always optimistic about the future. We thank you very much. I have seen this thing worthy because it is considering us. We are the future of Kenya, the future of this great nation. And you have invested onto us. And Kenya is not going back again. Kenya, we are rising. The pride of Africa. That is our position. That is our milestone. I know challenges will come. But this great occasion of today has set a milestone that even those challenges, when they come, at least Kenya will be at a par. That we can affirm onto those challenges and we counteract them in our nation. Thank you very much, our government. That one is a great, great achievement that shall remain remembered in our lives. Also, before I finish, I want to acknowledge the presence of my father. Dr. James Mwangi is my father. I want to say this in front of the nation, that Equity Bank has made my life. And I have promised him several times that I'm not turning back. He gave me a scholarship and a wings to fly to join high school. And I promised him that the opportunity that he gave me, I was worth it. And I'm not returning back. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, may God bless all of you, and may God bless the Republic of Kenya. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for our students. You may take your seats. Your Excellency, I am also guided to give an opportunity to Mwangi Ngai. And Mwangi Ngai is from Rusinga School, but he also was a witness to the process of the making of this particular act, which is now, this bill that is now an act. And Mwangi, very briefly, kindly just give your comments. Very briefly, please.
Thank you, everyone. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Professor Abraham Kithure Kindiki, all protocols observed. My name is Mwangi Ngai, and I'll be brief. I wasn't notified. And mine is just to give some few sentiments. And I'll ride on where the Cabinet Secretary of Treasury had left on being transformative. And Your Excellency, with the commitment you have given to us as a country and your citizens, you will indeed go down as a most transformative president that we have as a country. And in the same regard, and so with the Cabinet Secretary, and also my father and my icon and my mentor, our Majority Leader, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah. And why I say this, I had the privilege, I'm on a work experience opportunity in the Majority Leader's office in the National Assembly. And I've had the privilege to look at it and be at the front line to see it from the second reading to now today when you have assented it. And let me tell you, it's not an easy thing. And I've had fortune does favor the brave, and indeed it does favor the brave. Times came that, I think it was last week, where people are not agreeing, and I realized that people want to pinga, wanataka kupinga serikali wakiwa pale mbele in terms of when they're in plenary. But now when they go to committee, even the Majority Leader had to call for harmonization, which was well led by our MP for Molo. And let me tell you, indeed, finally, today the baby that has been taken through steps, through readings, through all those deliberations from the different stakeholders, the baby indeed today has come out to be very successful. And let me tell you, because I do have hope in this country, I'm very, very privileged to be here today. The Sovereign Wealth Fund indeed will cater for all of us, because indeed it is only the foolish people who use money for today and not save for tomorrow. But as my good brother has said here, that leadership indeed is a good opportunity to serve other people and not to take advantage of them. And indeed today we are all testament to that. And Mr. President, thank you so, so much. Because indeed, and why I'm speaking with so much conviction, is because sometimes I sit down in my bedroom and wonder, where is this country going to? But when you see the big stakeholders, I've had, we call someone here Mr. Moneybags, but the real money today was on stage, talking and very passionate about this country, then indeed I have hope. Because the generation and the future that we say is in the future, that generation is referring to us. And indeed, I am grateful. And with that with those short remarks, Your Excellency, thank you so much. And I'm grateful for this opportunity. And may the good Lord bless you. And every day we are praying for you so that we transform this country. And indeed, Rome was not built on one day. And it's a step at a time. And we will indeed transform this country to be the next best country in the world. So thank you so much, Your Excellency. I'm privileged. Mwanginga is my name.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's give him another round of applause. Thank you. Your Excellency, your mentorship programs are clear, as we can see these leaders being mentored today for the future. Your Excellency, with your permission, allow me now to invite the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury, Honorable John Badi, to come and make some few remarks before we progress with the rest of the program. Kindly, let's welcome him with a clap. Welcome, Bwana Waziri.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the Deputy President, Speaker of the National Assembly, and the other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. Your Excellency, I am glad to be standing here today during this significant milestone that transcends the operationalization of a piece of legislation or just being a key statistics to our body of laws. This is a clear demonstration on the government's commitment in setting our country's sustainable economic foundation and ensuring that we have a nation that stands on stability, that stands on fairness, and which is offering equal opportunities to its people. Your Excellency, our economic policies are not just about managing the present, but it also must focus on building the future, and our delivery guardrails built around fiscal discipline, sound planning, and broad participation. My appreciation, allow me, Your Excellency, goes to the leadership of the National Assembly, and more particularly the Finance and Planning Committee, who efficiently managed this process and delivered the final bill in a record time. At this point, Your Excellency, without any fear of equivocation, in my judgment, the 13th Parliament will go down in history as one of the most consequential from an economic reform perspective. In just 3 years, Your Excellency, the House has managed to deliver precedent-setting pieces of economic governance legislation. Just to mention but a few, the Privatization Act of 2025, the Government-Owned Enterprises Act of 2025, the National Infrastructure Act of Fund Act of 2026, and now the Sovereign Wealth Fund Act of 2026. The House has been critical in ensuring that NIF is fully operationalized by approving the sessional papers on government divestiture from Safaricom and KPC to provide the foundational capital as approved by the people of Kenya as presented in the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto. Your Excellency, when I make reference towards actualization of the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto, many people find me as a man at odds. And at times, they refer to me as the biblical Saul. But far from it, beyond being a fast learner, Your Excellency, and which I have realized that fast learning and even reading is not very common. Actually, I realize that it's just with a minority, based on some of the instances that I saw in our August House during the recent debate on the finance bill. But that is on a light touch, with a light touch. Both the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto and Azimio Coalition Manifesto, Your Excellency, had lots of resemblance. And I am proud that the late Right Honorable Raila Odinga, may his soul rest in eternal peace, saw it fit that coming together as a country was critical in the furtherance of much-needed economic reforms which have been overly delayed. And I had the benefit, Your Excellency, of sharing with both of you on how you too wanted the economy of this country to be steered, including the setting up of the National Infrastructure Fund and even this Sovereign Wealth Fund. You too discussed into detail before we lost the late Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. And I'm happy that the successor in the party, Dr. Oburu Oginga, has equally been a student of that kind of thinking and is helping you steer the two political formations in the same direction. So, Your Excellency, some of the proposals that are in the Sovereign Wealth Fund Bill 2025 are informed by lessons that we have learned and best practices from other countries that have experienced significant economic progress by putting in place economic measures that deliver economic stability or stabilization and optimization of intergenerational transfers. We studied successful models, just to give assurance to the public, from jurisdictions including Norway, Singapore, which I cannot even forget, Saudi Arabia, Botswana in Africa, Nigeria, Kuwait, Qatar, among others. So, Your Excellency, the fund will address three critical imperatives. I don't want to repeat those three imperatives. I think we have spoken about them here during the panel discussion. I just want to mention that from a governance perspective, very robust governance framework has been inbuilt into this act to ensure that its operations are fiscally prudent, subject to the Auditor General, Controller of Budget, Cabinet, and the National Assembly oversight, and guided by the National Treasury's financial assessment, thereby by reinforcing transparency and accountability. To conclude, Your Excellency, I submit that this act is more about economic stabilization. It is more about strategic development and intergenerational equity. Again, I know we have many naysayers who have kept lecturing us on the need to have a sovereign wealth fund only when we have budget surpluses. Let me tell them, the best time to start was yesterday. The second best time to start is right now. Making today the critical window to take action. We must not have or drop excuses. We must build momentum instead of waiting for a perfect moment that may never come. For a practical example, look at the progress we are making on our savings. With the bold reforms ushered in by this government, the pension savings have almost doubled over the last 3 years. It is a clear demonstration of what bold
brave and proactive leadership can deliver to its people. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is now my humble duty to invite your, let me seek guidance. Yeah, I am guided appropriately, Your Excellency. Now it is my pleasure to take this opportunity to invite my party leader, Dr. Oburu Oginga, the party leader of Orange Democratic Movement Party, who will come make his remarks, and I will kindly ask him immediately you are done, Daktari, you will invite the Deputy President, who will then proceed to invite the President. Thank you very much. Could we clap for the party leader of ODM as he comes?
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic, and my Speaker of the National Assembly, and all protocols observed. Your Excellency, the idea of establishing a sovereign fund is a very, very progressive idea. I first learned about it when I went to Botswana, where all the wealth they generate from their mineral resources are put into a sovereign fund. And that sovereign fund is for the future generations. And Botswana is not a big country. It's not bigger than our country. I'm sure even in terms of mineral resources, they might not be richer than us if we do thorough investigations or prospecting. But Your Excellency, that fund is not just kept idle. That fund is invested in viable projects, not only in their country, but in neighboring countries. And even if the World Bank needs it, they give it to them, as long as their credit rating is good, and they don't need money from anywhere. They also use it for themselves to develop their own country. And what an idea. That instead of having a big heart which makes you go to the big capitals, and instead of talking of trade and relationship based on sovereignty and on equality, you are going to beg. And the people you beg, and when they refuse, you get annoyed as if they are obliged to develop your country. They are not obliged to develop your country. The responsibility of developing your country is yours and yours alone. And therefore, Your Excellency, this idea is very transformative, just like the other ideas we have been toying around with, like this affordable housing. We have been in government. I was an assistant minister in finance. We tried to move, but private interests around who want to benefit from small infrastructure which does not move the country anywhere, always come in to put pressure on government not to move. And sometimes then there is too much democracy. There should be some little benevolent dictatorship so that some things can move. Mr. President, I don't want to say that you should be a dictator. I'm not saying that. But some of these things, like the social health fund, the SHA, I think people who are criticizing it don't know what, they don't go into details of what is happening. They don't know exactly what is happening. It's a very, very big transformation towards what we have been calling universal health care. We have tried, many governments have tried to introduce universal health care, and there is no other move which is nearer to the universal health care in this country than the SHA. We have covered now more than 30 million Kenyans have registered for SHA. And we have tried it before. We have tried to move on those directions. And we have not been able. We have not been able, Mr. President. And I think being bold and sometimes unpopular is not bad. It's good. Sometimes you introduce things which to some people appear unpopular, because being populist is really not helping the people. You must go down to the fundamentals and see whether you can move ahead, and people will realize very soon that some of these moves are very, very, very helpful to our country, and they are many, many steps ahead of what we have tried before. I'm an economist. I was working with the Ministry of Planning, and moving forward things were some of our vision. We tried. These civil servants, Your Excellency, they know a lot of things. Kenyans have developed a lot of theories, a lot of very good things, and they have been rotting in the cupboards and in the archives. And other countries come and pick them and go and use them for their own development. But I'm very happy, Your Excellency, that you are now trying to at least remove some of them from the shelves and pushing them forward so that our country can develop. And I thank you very much, everybody. I didn't know I was going to make a remark, but I thank you for the opportunity. Asante sana. It is now my honor to invite His Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Kithure Kindiki. Thank you. Karibu.
A round of applause for Mzee. Thank you very much. Mr. President, before I make 2 minutes remarks, let me invite the Speaker of the National Assembly just to say something, because I think today is a very consequential day for our country, and the Parliament of Kenya has been at the center of that consequence. Welcome, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Your Excellency, the President, I ride on all the protocols established. We say in Africa that he who stores food during harvest does not fear drought. And this is exactly what we are doing. The issue of sovereign wealth in our nation was a dream of our forefathers at independence. In the famous sessional paper number 10 of 1965 that we have been quoting in many different ways, the underlying message there was that the nation needed savings, and to save is for the future. When President Kibaki came into office, again, we prepared the economic recovery strategy for wealth creation with emphasis on savings. When the Jubilee administration came into office, again, the Sovereign Wealth Fund bill was proposed and attempted to be brought to Parliament. The emphasis, savings for the future. All these attempts did not get to fruition because I believe of the words in the scripture, Matthew 26:41, the spirit was willing, but the body was weak. Today, we have the spirit that is willing and the body is strong. And that's how we have come to where we are on the Sovereign Wealth Fund Act, emphasizing on savings, stabilization, and infrastructure. Your Excellency, the passage of this bill in the National Assembly is a milestone for the 13th Parliament. I'm proud that it has happened at the time when yours truly is the Speaker of the National Assembly of our country. It brought to the fore the quality of some of our members. At one point, it was debated until 9 p.m. in the night, and you could see the galaxy of professional cadre in the House. Economists, lawyers, accountants, educationists, environmental policy experts, engineers, and even those who don't belong to any of those but who understood what it means to have a sovereign wealth reservoir. And I could see this, Your Excellency, when it came to the Committee of the Whole House. Members brought in very deep amendments. There's one member who triggered me to take them to winnowing, who listed amendments to delete all the paragraphs of the bill. And I called him to my office and asked him, what is it you want? He said, I wanted to trigger members to think. And when I brought the team together under the leadership of the chairperson of the Finance Committee and the majority leader, the product they brought back, I dare say, was one of the finest pieces of legislation that this Parliament has passed. And you could clearly see that our members do their research, they do their homework, they do their reading. Some of the amendments were quoting and citing provisions from Norway, from Singapore, from Botswana, from Nigeria, from Denmark. I was very impressed. And I feel proud that at this time in our history, we are working together and working together to the future. Your Excellency, today, as you assent to this bill, it sets the stage for this country to realize the provisions of Article 120 of our Constitution, which provides that the burdens and benefits of use of resources and public borrowing shall be shared equitably between the present and future generations. We have been told here, including by our young people, that we must strive to be remembered. And the people who are remembered for all the wrong things, you will be remembered, Your Excellency, among many things, for transforming this country and standing up to demonstrate that, unlike the words of Jesus, your body and your spirit are both willing and strong. And that is what our country is headed to. Allow me, as I finish, Your Excellency, also on behalf of my team from Parliament, I'm here with my majority leader, our clerk, and a few MPs. The reason we don't have many MPs here is because they're on recess and elections are not too far away, so they are in their constituencies. But we can exercise some bragging rights as Parliament. Your Excellency, the 13th Parliament has passed milestone legislations to help this administration in transforming the country. To mention but a few, we've passed the Affordable Housing Act 2024, the Health Sector Reform Acts, the Privatization Act 2023, the Government-Owned Enterprises 2025, the Judges Retirement Benefits Act 2026, which, Your Excellency, you remember the Chief Justice telling you that there was an attempt to change that act that was passed through colonial rule in 1948. And all attempts since independence failed until the 13th Parliament passed it. The Virtual Asset Service Providers Act, the Technopolis Act, the Climate Change Amendment Act, the Sugar Act. This particularly, Your Excellency, is a milestone. You remember when you came into office, all the sugar factories in the country, apart from a few private ones, had collapsed. And we are draining resources from the national treasury to pay farmers and workers in factories that were not working. Today, we can say with pride that the sugar farmer in Kenya is satisfied and happy because they harvest their cane on Monday, and by the following Monday, they have money in their accounts. Courtesy the reforms through the Sugar Act, the Social Protection Act, the Gambling Control Act, the Computer Misuse and Cyber Crimes Amendment Act, the National Infrastructure Fund Act, the Special Economic Zones Act, the Successive Finance Acts, and today, the Sovereign Wealth Fund Act. We feel very proud that in the history of our country, when eventually the writers of our history write, they say there was a 13th Parliament that supported the administration to realize what had eluded administrations since independence. Congratulations, Your Excellency, and on behalf of Parliament, we are ready, available, and willing to walk the journey of reforming our country. It needs men and women of vision, men and women of courage, and above all, people who do not fear criticism because it will always be there, to focus on what we must do and we will do to change our country. God bless you.
Mr. President, let me join all those who have spoken before me to congratulate you for leading our country into this remarkable occasion when we are witnessing the coming into force of one of the most consequential legislations in the history of our country that honors the requirements of our Constitution to use the natural resources we have for the benefit of both the present and future generations. Your Excellency, I have listened to all those who have spoken, the captains of industry who had very, very useful inputs and perspectives as we look towards implementation of this law. And as the person you have entrusted with supporting you as you deliver the mandate of leading our country, I have taken notes on all the inputs that have been suggested by private sector leaders and all the speakers who have spoken before me, including Speaker Wetangula, who spoke when I was standing there. I didn't have my notebook, but I have noted what he has said about what we need to do as we implement this law. And because I have done that job, and because also today is not my day, allow me to leave it there so that as we look forward towards the implementation of this law, we will support you as you lead us to transforming our country and doing the heavy lifting that we need to do so that the Kenya of tomorrow can be better than the Kenya of today. Once more, Mr. President, thank you very much for your leadership and vision. Welcome and speak to the nation.
Thank you very much. Please, let's take our seats. Asanteni sana. Your Excellencies, distinguished leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this, in my opinion, very consequential ceremony this morning. There are moments in the life of a nation when history is recorded not in years, but in months. In March this year, Kenya changed how it will finance its development to build the assets of the future through the National Infrastructure Fund that we brought into force. Today, Kenya changes again how it will preserve its wealth and its future. Today, we enshrine in law the institution that will ensure that the prosperity of those assets we create endures for generations, and that is the National Sovereign Wealth Fund. Let me state the principle plainly, because everything I say after this flows from it. If the National Infrastructure Fund builds the assets that grow our nation, the Sovereign Wealth Fund preserves and multiplies the wealth the assets create. I know there was a question asked to the panelists. I must congratulate all the panelists who spoke here for their candor in explaining to us from their perspective, from the private sector perspective, what they see in what we are doing as government. And the question was, we have the National Infrastructure Fund, now we have the Sovereign Wealth Fund. What is the difference and what is the connection? In my very simple understanding, the National Infrastructure Fund builds our present. You know very well that we have many projects critical infrastructure that we are desirous of building as a nation. But on the other hand, we have limited resources on how to deliver on these very critical infrastructure projects. The National Infrastructure Fund creates the bridge between the infrastructure projects that we need for our growth and the resources that will unlock the capital for us to implement these projects. I will give you an example. We've just signed the contract for the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. It's going to be a 150 billion shilling project. We cannot build that project using our budget because it's heavy. So we will not borrow and we will not add additional taxes. What's going to happen is that we're going to use 20 billion shillings of the money we raised under our National Infrastructure Fund to crowd in the balance of the money from the private sector. That is how innovation works in the transformation of a nation. That is why in our midst here, we have fund managers, we have different investors, we have banks who are looking at the opportunity, pension funds who are looking at the opportunity to invest in Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. That is what NIF is going to do. But Sovereign Wealth Fund will connect the investment we are making in Jomo Kenyatta to the future generations. Because apart from benefiting from resources that will come from our natural resources in oil and minerals, we will also be investing profits that come from investment in our very critical infrastructure like Jomo Kenyatta in the Sovereign Wealth Fund, so that Lynn here and Ronnie and the young ones that came to witness this signing can have a portion of the investments we are making today for their future. So this is the connection that we are making between the present and the future. These are not isolated milestones. They are successive chapters in the deliberate transformation of our republic. Over the past 3 years, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda has restored stability, rebuilt confidence, strengthened our economy, and laid the foundations for sustained inclusive growth. With those foundations in place, we now transform how Kenya finances development, mobilizing domestic savings and private capital to build the assets of the future. But financing development is only half the journey. Today we ask a different question. What do we do with the wealth, the assets we are building today, and the natural resources we are unlocking today? What are we doing about the future? Do we use it all in our lifetime? Or do we preserve part of it so that future generations inherit not just what we found, but the prosperity we created with what we found? Our Constitution answers that question long before we do. Article 201C provides that, and I quote, "The burdens and benefits of the use of resources and of public borrowing shall be shared equitably between present and future generations. End of quote. This is far more than a principle of public finance. It is a constitutional covenant between generations. Today, through the Sovereign Wealth Fund, we give practical effect to that constitutional promise in front of our children. Natural resources are different from taxation or ordinary economic production. They are finite by their nature. Once a barrel of oil is extracted, it can never be extracted again. Once a mineral deposit has been exhausted, it is gone forever. If one generation consumes all the proceeds from exhaustible resources, it leaves nothing but empty mines and depleted oil fields for those who come after. That is neither prudent economics nor responsible stewardship. Around the world, history offers powerful lessons. Kuwait began the journey in 1953. But perhaps the best known example is Norway, as has been stated here, which I had the privilege of visiting a few weeks ago. And I sat across the table with a minister who was present 30 years ago when they started their Sovereign Wealth Fund. And I had a real eyeball-to-eyeball conversation because I knew that shortly I will be signing Kenya's Sovereign Wealth Fund. And just imagine what has happened in one generation. Norway has done something phenomenal. In one generation, in 30 years, they have built the world's largest sovereign wealth fund. $2 trillion. $2.2 trillion. 280 trillion Kenya shillings. I mean, in just 30 years. So when I tell our good citizens that we can be a first world country in one generation, it is possible. If anybody had any doubt in their mind what is achievable with focus, courage, and determination, look at what Norway has done. Rather than consume all the wealth generated from its North Sea oil, Norway chose to invest for the future. Today, as I have said, its sovereign wealth fund is worth $2.2 trillion. It owns about 1.5% of all listed companies in the world, with investments in more than 7,200 companies across the globe, including Equity Bank, right here at home, 14% in James' own words. That is how transformation works. That is the power of disciplined investing and long-term thinking. Closer home, Botswana, again as has been said here, built the Pula Fund. Pula means rain. In a dry land like Botswana, setting up a reserve is not an indulgence. It is a survival strategy. Rwanda has done the same. Many other countries have done so. Today, Kenya proudly joins that community of nations that saves while they build. The lesson from each of these nations is unmistakable. Natural resources create opportunity. Institutions determine destiny. Without the right institutions, even great natural wealth can become a missed opportunity. Economists call this the resource curse. I dare say they give it the wrong name. The curse is not the resources. The curse is the failure in stewardship. Kenya has learned this lesson through experience. For many years, Kenya extracted titanium from the mineral sands of Kwale. It was one of the largest mining investments in our country's history. The minerals were extracted. Those deposits can never be mined again. What answer shall we give one day to our children when they ask us what happened to titanium? That is why this legislation that today becomes law in Kenya is consequential. So that never again will we mine or use resources without a trace for the future generations. Kenya is expected, and you have heard from Paul Russo, to commence oil production from the Lokichar Basin in Turkana. For decades, that discovery has represented hope. Today, it also represents responsibility. The question before us is not simply whether Kenya will produce oil. The question is whether Kenya will manage the proceeds wisely. Every barrel extracted should become an asset that never runs dry. At the same time, we have completed the first comprehensive nationwide mineral survey in our country's history. That survey has confirmed what many suspected for years, that Kenya is endowed with significant deposits of strategic and industrial minerals across the breadth of our republic. These resources will accelerate industrialization, create quality jobs, expand exports, strengthen our external position, and generate prosperity on a scale previous generations could scarcely have imagined, but only when managed wisely. That is precisely why we have established the Sovereign Wealth Fund. We chose to build the institution before temptation arises. We chose discipline before abundance, and we chose stewardship over expediency. Let me explain in simple terms what this law means for every Kenyan. First, it protects our economy. Through the Stabilization Fund, Kenya will build a financial buffer against extraordinary shocks, ensuring that a global storm does not become Kenya's crisis. As Lynn explained, and she was spot on from Kenya High School, about the Stabilization Fund. It will give us a buffer on occasions or situations or storms like the one we faced with the Iran challenge. Thank you, Lynn, you can sit. Yeah. Because it is easier for us to think that there are things government can do. But if you do not have the institutions, and if you have not built the capacities for you to face certain situations, it becomes difficult. But now with this fund, we will begin to build the buffer to take care of situations of challenge like those. The second fund is to build our future through the strategic investment window. Working alongside the National Infrastructure Fund, it will help finance strategic national investments that create jobs, expand opportunity, and strengthen our economy. The third and most important is that it secures our children's future. Through the Future Generations, what we will call Urithi Fund, a portion of our petroleum and mineral revenues will be professionally invested so that the wealth from our finite natural resources becomes a permanent national inheritance. The law also establishes a clear framework for managing those resources. Petroleum and mineral revenues will capitalize the fund. 30% will be preserved through the Future Generations Fund, while the balance will strengthen economic stability, as I have said, and support strategic national investments. Ladies and gentlemen, a fund entrusted with the wealth of generations must itself be worthy of that trust. That is why this Act places governance, transparency, and accountability at its very heart. The Sovereign Wealth Fund will belong but to the Republic of Kenya. It will be managed according to the law, our Constitution, and the enduring interests of the Kenyan people. The Act provides for independent professional management, strong parliamentary oversight, and transparent public reporting and robust auditing. Every shilling must be accounted for. Every decision must be guided by prudence. Every investment must be measured by the legacy it leaves for future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, history seldom remembers nations for resources they possessed. It remembers them for the choices they made with those resources. The nations that achieve lasting prosperity share one defining characteristic. They think beyond the present. They plan in decades, not election cycles. They build institutions that endure across administrations and across generations. Permit me to express my appreciation that today Kenya chooses History, as I said, seldom remembers nations for resources they possessed. It remembers them for the choices they made in the use of those resources. The nations that achieve lasting prosperity share one defining characteristic. They think beyond the present, they plan in decades, not in election cycles, and they build institutions that endure beyond administrations and across generations. Permit me to express my appreciation to the National Assembly and the Senate for the diligence, patriotism, and sense of national purpose with which they have passed this legislation. You have not merely passed laws, you have laid the legislative foundations of a transformation that will outlive every one of us. History will remember you not as the parliament that debated Kenya's future, but one that legislated it into being. These laws will strengthen our financial system, modernize our economy, and lay foundations upon which future generations will continue to build. Today, Kenya chooses that discipline. We choose to save, to invest, to preserve, to build, and above all, we choose to honor the constitutional covenant that binds one generation to the next. The question history will ask us is not what we inherited, but what we bequeathed the next generation. And I want to appreciate the leadership of the Speaker, the speakers of both houses, the people of Kenya who came with ideas, the private sector players who informed the public participation, and the bipartisan engagement in Parliament. It went beyond sides. The entire House came together to build consensus on what we do with our present as we focus and connect it to the future. I must say, I appreciate Parliament's role in the last 3 years. The Speaker has said here very ably what we have managed to achieve in the space around our economy and the transformation that we have undertaken from the housing fund through the social health insurance fund to the primary health fund to the emergency fund to all the other transformational legislation from government-owned enterprises, Privatization Act, National Infrastructure Fund, now Sovereign Wealth Fund, and all the other pieces of legislation that have been undertaken by Parliament. Every proposal we have taken to Parliament has been subjected to the people's views in public participation, to parliamentary debate, and strengthened in the process. And we can proudly say today, while 3 years ago we were staring at a default, while 3 years ago I sat in room 6 here with my very able team, to which I am very grateful to them. And we had dollar reserves of just 2.5 months of import cover, about $5.7 billion. Today, Tuga is sitting in our midst here, our governor. Our foreign exchange reserves is going now to maybe 7 months of import cover. I think just yesterday or the day before, we are almost tripling our foreign exchange reserves in Kenya. That is extraordinary. And I want to thank these great men and women who have assisted me in putting this together with a lot of courage and with a lot of focus. Numbers are beginning to show. Just yesterday, or is it the day before, UNCTAD released their report, and Kenya has increased its foreign direct investment from $1.5 billion 3 years ago to $3.2 billion today. And we are moving. I have asked the Deputy President to chair the government committee that is going to work with private sector investors and players for what will be one of the largest investments in our country. The investment in the East African oil refinery, a 2.2 trillion shilling investment in our country. And we have already set a date for the groundbreaking, just for your information. So, we are taking steps in making sure that we take our country. When we say we are moving this country to a first world status, we want to match our commitment with our actions. May history record that we honor the trust placed in our generation, not by exhausting our nation's resources, but by preserving, growing, and expanding them. May future generations look upon this moment, and representatives of that future generation are here with us this morning, and say they did not consume our inheritance. They secured it. They did not merely govern for their time, they governed for us as well. God bless you all. God bless Kenya. And I wish you all the very best this moment. Asanteni sana. And to all our friends who have come here, I know there are many actors. My good friend Tadese from TDB Bank here. Our good friends from IFC are here. From the World Bank are here. Our good friends from ATD are here. All the good people from, I see the new chairman of the Nairobi Stock Exchange or Securities Exchange here, Mr. Mulwa, and the immediate former is here, and many other people who are here. I see many fund managers. I see many pension fund people here, many people from the banks. If there was a moment we are discussing real money, this is the moment. And we are discussing it with the right people. And I am very confident about the economic future of our country. I think the more we pull together, the more we understand what we are doing, listening to all the captains of our financial institutions here, from the pension funds all the way to the banks, it gives me a lot of confidence that we are now in sync, that the future of our nation is not just in the hands of government, it is in the hands of our society, that the private sector is as much part of the discussion about the governance of our country and the future of our country as it is the responsibility and business of every citizen of our republic, that our children, Lynn and Ronnie, representing them here, are also part of the conversation about our country and about our future. It's a very proud moment for me as we take these steps, consequential, historic steps of taking our country to the next level. I see people from the insurance industry and all the other players, and when I listen to what they are saying, deepening the financial markets. I have been to the Nairobi Securities Exchange 5 times. Not because I have no work to do. I have been there intentionally to give confidence that we believe in the capital markets as a source, as an alternative source of capital for us to transform our country. I must commend the capital markets. They have helped us fund Talanta Raila Odinga Stadium. They are helping us fund Bomas of Kenya. The creative, and innovative structuring of opportunities for us to be able to undertake some of our very consequential infrastructure projects, from Rironi Summit to all the other programs, has been a partnership between government and the private sector. And I want to commend the private sector for stepping forward, being as courageous as us. Because in the past, the private sector were very shy. Today, we have very bold people. And I want to commend you. I don't take your participation, your partnership for granted. It is making a difference in our country. And this is the kind of collaboration and partnership between private sector actors, banks, pension funds, capital markets, investors, coming together so that we can build a nation. Listen, often the public is stranded with big projects that require funding. And the private sector, on the other side, is always stranded with a lot of money, not knowing where to invest. I am happy that we are now building the ecosystem that enables private sector resources to fund public assets in a win-win outcome. That ecosystem is what is going to make a difference in our country. It is innovative. It builds on all our strengths. What the government can do best, let government do. What the private sector can do best, the private sector should. And that is why it was necessary for us to change the Privatization Act. It was also necessary for us to amend the law on public-private partnerships so that we can get more private sector actors into the public space. We are here. It's a very proud moment for me, and that we are making the right steps, taking our country into the future. I want to give you my assurance that under my administration, we will work with all actors. We will work together in a way that brings the whole nation together. I must thank the political class. I want to commend the Honorable Oburu Odinga, now the leader of ODM, for coming together under the broad-based arrangement. Today, John Mbadi is providing leadership that has never been witnessed. I can confirm to you, John, that when I write my book, you will have ample space on what you and me have discussed, and your team at the Treasury, of course, including all the other actors that have taken this to the future. I also must commend the Leader of Majority, who is here, and our members in Parliament, members of the Finance Committee, all the members. They've been, I remember I think it was Wednesday, last week, and I was out of the country. I had gone to attend the graduation of my daughter. And discussions in Parliament went up to midnight. Consultations outside the official space in Parliament. And I was with Lawrence there, and he was in consultation. They were on a call with Parliament. And finally, Parliament came together in a very bipartisan way and said we must move the country forward. I commend them. And thank you very much, Kimani, for your leadership. the chair of Finance Committee for his leadership and all the other actors. I don't take it for granted because I know what it means. We have tried to do this as a country for many years. It has not happened, not because others did not try, not because they didn't want to do it, but it didn't come together. We are privileged that we have managed to bring it together. So thank you very much and God bless you.
I will request that we all be upstanding as we come to the formal and official close of this particular ceremony with the national anthem. So wherever we are, kindly let us be upstanding for the anthem. With your permission, Your Excellency, I'll request that you remain on stage just for a few photos, and I'll request the rest of us to be seated and allow me to invite the students, all students present, to kindly come and take a photo with His Excellency, the President. Allow me to also invite...
Well, that is what has been happening at State House, Nairobi. The Sovereign Wealth Fund Bill of 2026 is now an act after President William Ruto assented to it this morning, making it law. And of course, the act creates a disciplined savings investment framework to ensure that revenues that are derived from petroleum, minerals, and all other resources, natural resources in the country, are prudently preserved, professionally invested, and strategically deployed in order to promote long-term sustainability, economic stability, and of course intergenerational equity. The fund that has been established will be divided into three categories. That is the stabilization fund, whose aim will be cushioning the national economy in the event that we have some disturbances in the country or in the globe, given what happened in the region when we were having instabilities and the wars that have been destabilizing the region and affecting supply of various resources to the country. The second fund that will be established is the Strategic Infrastructure Investment Fund that will be financing transformational national infrastructure and any other strategic development priorities in the country. And the last fund that will be established is the Future Generations Fund that will be able to preserve a portion of today's natural resources and wealth for the future generations. President William Ruto, while delivering his speech, emphasized the need to use these resources wisely, because when the future generations, when the time is ripe, they will be asking what happened to those natural resources. Now that is what they'll be using, the funds that will be in the Future Generations Fund. And of course, the monies that will be divided in that case, the Future Generations Fund will be getting 30% of those resources. And right now, the president is just having, a photo session with some of the officials that had graced the occasion, given that it's an event that brought together stakeholders from different institutes and, of course, the private sector. The president has also said that the government will continue working with the private sector in ensuring that the country achieves its aspirations. And of course, that is all we have been, preparing for you right here at State House, Nairobi. But now it is official. The Sovereign Wealth Fund is now an act, and it is in force, and it is an act. It is a landmark legislation that establishes Kenya's first permanent legal framework for transforming finite natural resource revenues into enduring national wealth and they will be preserved and shared equitably across generations in an unbroken chain. With today's presidential assent, Kenya affirms a simple but enduring principle that the wealth beneath our soil should outlive the resources themselves. Through the Sovereign Wealth Fund, the nation commits to preserving, investing, and growing its natural resources, resource revenues